Parliament is resumed.
Raising of matter of privileges.
None.
Other business. Private member motions. Private member motion number 5 of 2024-2025. Motion to establish healthcare protection fund for seniors and children, to be moved by the elected member for Bordentown West.
I recognize the honourable member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move private member motion number 5 of 2024-2025 standing in my name. And the motion reads as follows. Whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 as amended, the Cayman Constitution, affirms our commitment to being a country committed to the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. And whereas the Cayman Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country that provides a comprehensive healthcare system. And whereas there is major concern amongst Caymanians as to the cost and coverage of health insurance, particularly as it relates to persons over 65 years of age. And whereas there is much concern among Caymanian seniors about the cost and affordability of their access to high-quality health care through the end of their lives. And whereas the Cayman Islands, as an aging indigenous population, as reflected by an average voter age of 53 as of the 1st of October 2024, and whereas Section 17 of the Cayman Constitution calls for the protection of children, and whereas Section 17(1) of the Cayman Constitution requires the legislature to enact laws to provide every child and young person under the age of 18 with such facilities as would aid in their growth and development, and whereas Section 17(1)(c) of the Cayman Constitution requires the legislature to ensure that every child has the right to basic health care services, and whereas Section 17(2) of the Cayman Islands Constitution requires the legislature to proceed on the basis that a child's best interests are of paramount importance, and whereas the monies collected from the segregated insurance fund is inadequate to cover the cost of health care for indigents in the Cayman Islands, be it therefore resolved that the government considers establishing a health care protection fund to offset the cost of providing free health care to all Caymanians under the age of 18 and over the age of 65, effective the 1st of January 2026, and be it further resolved that the government considers enacting legislation to implement an annual fee of 2% on all real estate properties owned by non-Caymanians, non-permanent residents, and non-Caymanian legal entities to fund the Health Insurance Protection Fund, effective the 1st of January 2026, and be it further resolved that the government considers making the necessary changes to existing legislations and regulations to identify all non-Caymanians, non-permanent residents, and non-Caymanian legal entities that own real estate in the Cayman Islands and the value of the real estate as of the 31st of December 2025, and be it further resolved that where real estate is partly owned by Caymanians, permanent residents, or Caymanian legal entities, that their percentage ownership be exempted from the annual fee, and be it further resolved that any real estate which is engaged in providing educational or medical service to the people of the Cayman Islands be exempted from the annual fee.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. I beg to second the motion.
Honourable member, if you would speak a little louder, I think you might hear.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
There you go. The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Does the mover wish to speak thereto?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Machiavelli once said that the most difficult challenge in the history of human affairs is to change the established order of things, because those who will be disadvantaged by the change are certain of their loss, and those who will benefit from the change are uncertain of their gain. Mr. Speaker, I think this is one time I can probably say that Machiavelli wasn't all that right in this regard. Because in this instance, Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear. The people that will benefit are certain of what it is that they'll be benefiting from. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. On their website, the World Health Organization says that they are firmly committed to the principles set out in the preamble to their constitution. Some of those principles say, Mr. Speaker, the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic, or social condition. The health of all peoples is fundamental to the attainment of peace and security, and is dependent on the fullest cooperation of individuals and states. Governments have a responsibility for the health of their peoples, which can be fulfilled only by the provision of adequate health and social measures. And for ease of reference, Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization says that universal health coverage means that all people have access to the full range of quality health services they need when and where they need it without financial hardship. It covers the full continuum of essential health services, from health promotion to prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care. However, Mr. Speaker, the importance of access to health services and information as a basic human right is universal. Mr. Speaker, free or universal health care, which provide access to health services and medical treatment without financial barriers, can bring several benefits. Some of these benefits include improved health outcomes by allowing individuals to seek medical attention and treatment earlier, which can prevent more serious illnesses and help manage chronic conditions. Mr. Speaker, we have seen that issue right here in Cayman, where in some instances, 20% of the people that are covered are responsible for 80% of the costs. Another benefit, Mr. Speaker, is reduced financial burden on individuals and families who may otherwise struggle to afford medical care. This can lead to a reduction in medical debt and bankruptcy caused by medical expenses. Again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's safe to say that every single member of this Parliament knows families that fell on severe financial hardship due to mounting medical bills. Another benefit, Mr. Speaker, is increased productivity. When people have access to free health care, they are more likely to seek preventive care and manage their health, which can lead to fewer sick days and greater productivity. And last benefit I want to highlight, Mr. Speaker, improve public health by reducing the spread of infectious diseases and other illnesses, particularly among vulnerable populations. Mr. Speaker, I know that you and every single member of this Parliament and the public remembers the hard decisions that had to be made during the COVID-19 pandemic. And as such, I don't need to belabor that benefit. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization goes on to say that every country has a different path to achieving universal health care and deciding what to cover based on the needs of their people and the resources at hand. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, it takes cash to care. The question then, Mr. Speaker, is how much cash will it take for us to show that we care? Mr. Speaker, it is said that past performance is indicative of future behavior. And Sir Winston Churchill said it best when he said, "The farther back you can look, the farther forward you are likely to see." So then, let us look farther back. 20 years ago, the then UDP government, led by the member for West Bay West, recognized that there needed to be a new approach to the provision of health care, and as such, created the Health Service Authority, Syneco, and the Segregated Insurance Fund. Back then, Mr. Speaker, the cost to cover many of our people that had inadequate or no health insurance was approximately $6 million a year. The government created the Segregated Insurance Fund to raise $3 million to cover half the costs. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us look farther forward from 2004 to 2023. Last year, Mr. Speaker, 19 years later, at the end of 2023, 2,069 Caymanians required assistance from the government at a cost of $78 million to the Caymanian taxpayers, which was offset by just over $6.6 million from the Segregated Insurance Fund. The amount raised was well below half the cost, and the government had to find a shortfall of more than $71 million. That analysis, Mr. Speaker, covered two line items out of the government's vote: HEA2, medical care for indigents, and the famous NGS 55, tertiary care at various overseas institutions and local private sector healthcare service providers. Or simply put, Mr. Speaker, the non-HSA costs. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, that was only two line items. Do you know how many line items that we have that cover healthcare costs in central government? The answer is actually 20. Again, Mr. Speaker, let us look farther back. Between 2009 and 2016, the total costs of central government were somewhat manageable. 2009-10, $91 million. 2010-11, $90 million. 2011-12, $95 million. 2012-13, $106 million. 2013-14, $103 million. 2014-15, $105 million. And 2015-16, $107 million. And I just want to note, Mr. Speaker, that the amount for 2016-17 was actually $113 million and normalized. Some of you who would have been elected back then would have remembered that the government had an 18-month period at that time, so we had to basically normalize it out. So it went from 107 to 113. But, Mr. Speaker, 2018 was where the start of the jump was, where the total cost went up to over $141.5 million. So from $113 million normalized to $141.5 million, an increase of $28.5 million, with NGS 55 and HEA2 accounting for more than $25.5 million, or 89% of the increase. In 2018, the total amount spent on those two votes, Mr. Speaker, was $51 million. And as noted earlier, at the end of 2023, that amount was $78 million, an increase of $27 million, or 53% over a 5-year period. Mr. Speaker, while NGS 55 and HEA2 are about two line items, let us look at some of the lesser known line items that are also worth highlighting. HEA 17, medical care beyond insurance coverage for uninsured children. In 2018, the total spend was $1.4 million. Last year, 5 years later, that amount was $5 million. And HEA 16, Mr. Speaker, medical care for patients 60 years old and over. In 2018, the total spent was $776,000. 5 years later, at the end of 23, the spend was almost $6.9 million. So in the space of 5 years, Mr. Speaker, that amount went from $776,000 to $6.9 million. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to collapse the point that I'm talking about, total healthcare costs in all of central government in 2018 was just over $141 million. Last year, the total healthcare costs in central government was $246 million, an increase of $105 million, or 74%, over a 5-year period. Mr. Speaker, nowhere is this impact more evident than in the third quarter financial report at the Premier table earlier this week, where on page 15 of that report, the total amount of unfunded medical liability due over the next 20 years was $2.4 billion. Mr. Speaker, it is also note highlighting that 10 years ago, in 2014, the amount of unfunded medical liability was $1.18 billion, which means that the amount doubled in the last 10 years. Ironically, the amount was $654 million in 2004, which is also indicative of a trend where almost every 10 years the amount is doubling. Again, Mr. Speaker, let's look farther forward. What do we think 2034 will look like? Or what do we think 2044 will look like? And the question all of us in this honorable house need to ask ourselves, is this what we're looking to leave for our children and our grandchildren? And Mr. Speaker, that is only central government. What do you think the amount is in the SAGCs? Mr. Speaker, from the HSA's annual report, the amount is about $200 million, and that is only for staff hired before the 1st of November 2010. Then this begs the question, Mr. Speaker, what happened to the staff hired at the HSA after November 2010? Or better yet, Mr. Speaker, what happens to all other staff in the private sector? Central government has already quantified their exposure. Have we done the same for the SAGCs and the other companies in the private sector? The only indication we have thus far is the amounts that we are spending on NGS 55 and HEA2. Mr. Speaker, one of the reports that I look at and I kind of use as a litmus test for the Cayman Islands is a report that was done in Bermuda called a SAGE report. I know you're familiar with it. That speaks about the spending and government efficiency. Bermuda government did that exercise back in 2013, and they took a deep dive look into the structure of their economy and pretty much what it is that they needed to work on and what it is that they needed to improve. Because Bermuda saw where they itself was having some serious challenges. And one of the things that came out of that report and listening and tracking the media is that they found that a lot of young Bermudians had issues about returning back to Bermuda after university because they were fearful of what was waiting for them from a tax burden. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken about the dependency ratio in this parliament many times, and also our fertility rate or birth rate in terms of what it is that we need in terms of to look at. And these are issues that are structural to the Cayman Islands. And having learned from the Bermuda exercise, I sit back and I track the same thing that Bermuda was tracking to make sure we don't go down that same path in Cayman, because at the end of the day, we can all learn from each other. And it's one of those honest conversations that we need to have, not just here as politicians, but also every single citizen of this country, in terms of the path forward that we need to be looking at. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about universal health care, according to Hudson's Global Residence Index, all but 43 countries in the world offer free or universal health care to at least 90% of its citizens. Americans also have their own safety net, Mr. Speaker, Medicaid. Canada's free health care. And I'm sure many of us inside here have known some Caymanians who decide to move to the UK for basically thinking that they're moving to greener pastures. And of course, they naturally return back after a few years, realizing that pastures over there are not much greener, and here is still better. But Mr. Speaker, what I want to really touch on is this. 95% of our population earns a living from providing a service. The question we need to ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, and this is the question that wrestles with many people at night, at least I know it wrestles with me. What would happen to our families or our loved ones if we had a medical emergency where we couldn't perform our duties for maybe substantial time, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years? Anything is possible. We have all had situations where we have seen people that have gotten sick and just slowly deteriorated. And the cost of living and everything else in Cayman is such that the minute that income stops coming in, and in most cases families have 2 incomes, what happened to the families? What happened to the kids? What happened to the bills? What happened to the responsibilities? I even say the public servants. What happened if you become medical boarded? What would your monthly contribution be? What would your monthly payment be? What would you get after how many years? And will that amount be sufficient for you to take care of your families? I'll ask us inside here. All of us need our voices. We need our help to go out, campaign, work for the people, service the people. What happens if we're no longer able to do that? So these are the kind of questions, Mr. Speaker, that keep me awake at night. And the question we need to ask ourselves, are we contented to live in a country that God has blessed abundantly, where so many people are one medical emergency away from being bankrupt? Can we afford to live in a country where so many people can be one medical emergency away from financial ruin? And you see, Mr. Speaker, that is really the crux of the matter of what we're trying to put in, is a safety net for our people. I'm not going to sit down and say to everyone that maybe the way in which we pay for it is what I propose. One of the good things, Mr. Speaker, about filing motions, but then sending them out, is to also get the feedback. Some of the feedback I've received thus far says, Chris, you guys are doing a referendum to look at gambling. How much money do you think you're going to raise from that? And if you raise a substantial amount, would you still need this exercise? Would you still need the 2% annual fee? Or suppose it just falls short a small amount, maybe you can get it someplace else. But I can tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker, it had people started talking. It had people start looking at the issue. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, it also brought up the issue. Most of the people I find complaining are people who come from countries that they can run back to with a safety net. The Americans can go back and get Medicaid. The English person can go back and get their free health care from the government. The Canadians can go back and get it. But you're going to come in Cayman, live a good life, join in the prosperity of this country. And we, Mr. Speaker, are going to tell you right now, we need to know the difference between those who come here to help us till the soil and those who come to pick the fruit. Not every single person that comes here is a nation builder. And not every single person that comes here means as well. Some people, as my friend, the member for West Bay North, would talk about, is economic refugees. Let's be honest. People move here to make a better life, and there's nothing wrong with that. I actually love the fact that the Cayman Islands can be a beacon where people can come and make a better life for themselves. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it cannot come at the expense of the local indigenous population. And we have seen this rise, Mr. Speaker, in many countries where this is becoming an issue if we don't deal with it. And there's other motions later on for us to get more into that, so I'm not going to get into that. But, Mr. Speaker, as the old African proverb says, we've got to be careful when a naked person offer you clothes, It not always means it's something good. So, Mr. Speaker, the question we need to sit down and ask ourselves now is, knowing what we know, and I went back and I looked at the headlines, and I remember back in 2014, your government then wrestled with this issue. I remember the then Minister of Finance, and that's where the 1.18 billion came from, because it made the headlines, which they expected, that people spoke about, and they said it was sensationalism and everything else. But here we are 10 years later, and the amount now is double. And the reason why I touch on the government, Mr. Speaker, is that for people employed in the private sector, and they will tell you, one of the best health care plans you can have in Cayman is to be medically indigent when the government takes care of you. And the reason why I want to touch that base, Mr. Speaker, is that they need to recognize that the government also has a contractual obligation to current and past civil servants. And when they reach the age where they think they may get it, the government has to, as they say, pastor bless their children first. The government has to deliver on their contractual obligations first. You know, Mr. Speaker, we table a lot of reports inside this Parliament. And one of the reports that were tabled this year was the Cynical report and the SEMA report. And I want to share something. In the Cynical's annual report, Cynical reported premiums of $141 million, covering 17,518 people. So 141 million in premiums for 17,518 people. Does anybody know what the total amount of health insurance premiums written in 2023 was according to SEMA's annual report? 290 million CI. So in short, Mr. Speaker, Cynical's premiums was 49% to cover 17,518 people of the total industry. Now, according to the ESO report, Mr. Speaker, the Labor Force Survey, at the same time in 2023, the total population was 84,738. Using the information from the census, when we did back in 2021, it was revealed that 7% of the people didn't have insurance and 93% of the people did. So if that was to continue, Mr. Speaker, it would mean that 93% of the 84,738 is 78,800 persons that would have insurance. So I want to understand this. 17,518 people that the government covers is 141 million premiums and 49% of the market. Are we to believe then that the remaining 61,282 is the other 51%? Back then, we only had 3,600 people that were uninsured. Using these numbers, it would be 6,000 supposed to be uninsured. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you mathematically, as the young people say, the math ain't mathing. What that I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, if we were to actually do a deep dive, we realize that back then in the census, 93% of people may have had no insurance. I'm willing to bet now it's more people than that. This one is a conservative 6,000 people using the same 93%. But I can tell you there are a lot of people right now that do not have insurance in Cayman. And Mr. Speaker, every single one of us in this Parliament, I am almost certain I've had a situation where somebody had an emergency, they had to go to the HSA, and we had to be rushing through to get the forms to NAU, for NAU to go and get the Cynical coverage so these people can get help while they're in hospital. I know I go through it, and I'm almost certain it can't be Borden Town West alone that have this issue. I'm sure many other people would have had this issue. So, Mr. Speaker, it is an issue that we need to deal with. And at a minimum, I'm not going to say to everybody that every single time we go down the field, we're going to score a goal. But our job in this Parliament, our job as legislators, is to keep moving the ball bit by bit by bit. The problems did not occur overnight. We're not going to fix them overnight. But what the people want to at least know is that we know that there's a problem and we're working towards a meaningful solution. I had a conversation yesterday with the Premier on this motion, and I will leave the Premier or the government during their time up to see where we can find a compromise, because I think we were able to find some level of compromise with regards to this motion. but I will wait to see what the issue is. But, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is this. Earlier today, we went through and we saw how fragile and how fleeting life can be. We saw how fragile and fleeting our health can be. We saw that you could be having fun 1 minute, and the next minute, something has happened. This is the reality of life. And Mr. Speaker, when we look at Cineco, and you look at the overall industry, and then you look at the increases for premiums, even for civil servants, it is almost as if to say the civil servants are now subsidizing the retirees in the private sector. And let's be realistic. When you have a pension that's paying you $1,200, $1,300 a month, and a proper health insurance at 65 is anywhere from $1,600, $1,700, could be as high as $3,000 a month, there's no way your pension can get into that. Exactly. Thank you, the member for East End. You know, Mr. Speaker, I can say this is one parliamentary session since being elected. I am pleased with the Children Act that is coming. I started the Older Person Act, the Adoption Act, the Maintenance Act, things that we are now saying, you know what, these are things we need to look at. And I really want to add credit to the member for West Bay South for the initiative that he started, and also for the current minister to have continued it, to make sure that these things do not fall away, because these are important things. These are things that deals with the structure of a situation that we can't no longer ignore. We have an aging population. And as politicians, nowhere is that more closer or more evident than the last voter roll as of October 1st, where over 23,000 people, I think 23,529 or something like that, where the average voter age is 53. It means in the next 12 years, 14,000 of our voters right now today is going to retire. Is going to hit 65, I should say, not retire. It's 65. The question is, what is waiting on them? And one of the things I'm actually looking forward to get back in terms of the older person bill is the issue that we need to face in this country called ageism. People are discriminating against senior citizens in this country. This isn't new. The United States actually back in 1967, Mr. Speaker, passed a law with the same issue about age discrimination in employment. Women are living till 84. What we must do for 19 years, put them out to pasture? Men are living till 79. What we must do, put them out to pasture for 14 years? We talk about people having their dignity in our preamble to our Constitution. But now we need to make sure that we put the policies in place to ensure that our people take dignity, that our people have their dignity. Mr. Speaker, we can sit there all we want, and we can hope for the best. But I am sure you, of all people, more than anybody else, having been a two-term premier, knows one thing. Hope is not a policy. What requires is tangible action. And like I said, to borrow from Bill Clinton, the American people don't always expect their politician to succeed. But all they want to see is that you're trying. You're trying to do something to make their life better. We are not going to fix every single problem, despite what our manifestos say. When we're running, we got a solution to every problem. When you get here, you realize what social planners call a wicked problem. You think you're fixing one problem, you're creating another problem. And then you have the special interest group, that little group of people who knows what they are going to lose if the government takes a particular action. And they're the ones that will oppose every single thing the most, whether real or imagined, because they believe that life is a zero-sum game where if somebody does well, it means that somebody else has to do bad. This is not how we build a society, Mr. Speaker. We have to build a society through cooperation. Sit down and have those kind of debates. I can tell you, for every single one of us in here, I'm sure that when we first started to where we reached now, you get there, you realize, whoa, it's not as roads as you think and as easy as you think. You got so many roadblocks in your way. But all I'm saying is this, is that we need to start planning. Mr. Speaker, the census in 2021 had us a population of 71,105 in 2021. The latest ESO numbers for 2024, as of the end of September, 88,930. That's an increase of 17,825 or 25%. Tell me which country in the world, unless you're sitting on a ton of oil that you just found, can sustain a 25% increase in their population in a mere 3 years. Do you know the infrastructure demand on housing for that? Roads for that? Cars for that? These are the things we need to wrestle with. And all the people need to see is that we at least recognize the issue and that we're fighting and working towards fixing it. And all we can come and ask them for is a little bit more patience and a little bit more time. And I've learned, Mr. Speaker, since being elected, the Caymanian people are some of the most understanding, some of the most reasonable, some of the most pragmatic people that you can find. Guys, I thought we could do it, we're going to need a little bit more time. They will give it to you. But do something. It can't just be a situation of doing nothing. Because again, like hope, nothing is not a policy. Any single person can sit down and try. But for one time now, this is a very easy fix. Let us at least put the infrastructure in place that we can deal with this. Mr. Speaker, most of us, if not all of us inside here, by virtue of being elected, will pretty much have health care for us and our spouses till the day we die. As members of Parliament, we're even entitled to, I think, maybe a government funeral just from being elected. So there's some things that we have that we may not have to worry about too much. Just need to make sure we stay healthy along the way, that we don't become a burden to our family. But as we are reminded, Mr. Speaker, in Ezekiel 34:2, woe be unto the shepherd who feed himself and not the flock. Should the shepherd not feed the flock? This is an issue, Mr. Speaker, that we can no longer ignore. And we have kicked this can down the road for too long. And all I'm asking the members today, let us at least turn the corner and put a structure in place that if any one of our people, God forbid, reaches that medical emergency, they at least have a safety net to know that for a 6-month, 12-month period, their bills can be paid. That they don't have to lose their dignity. That they don't have to lose who they are. Public servants should not have to be worried about being medical boarded and wondering what would happen to them. I've had people in my constituents that have been medical boarded and have seen the financial hardships that they have encountered and are still encountering. We have people in the private sector who have retired. Some people, young people, have gotten strokes and can no longer. Several months back, we had one individual who used to work for SAGC, came before us in one of the committees. He had an accident, made him sick. And his life and his family life has just gone downhill since. Is this the legacy we want to leave behind? As they said it best, Mr. Speaker, while many of us who are here, I think born in the 70s or early 80s, we remember what Cayman was like and the good old days. In the final analysis, we're not going to be remembered for what we inherited. We're going to be remembered for what we leave behind. And all I can ask this Honourable House, today's Parliament, right here in 2024, in the Christmas season, let us leave something behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for West Bay West. I think the member is given way to the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from West Bay West for his given way. Mr. Speaker, I rise to reply on behalf of the government as it relates to the private member's motion 5. As the minister responsible for finance and health. Mr. Speaker, while the objective of enhancing healthcare funding is quite worthy, there are some key challenges that have been identified with the implementation as it relates specifically to the proposed property tax. And remember, and I did have some discussions on the same. Mr. Speaker, while the objective of enhancing healthcare funding is quite worthy, very worthy, as I said, there are some challenges. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of the key challenges is relating to data and records management. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the existing land records do not differentiate between the properties owned by non-Caymanians, non-permanent residents, and non-Caymanian legal entities. So implementing the proposed tax system would require, we believe, a comprehensive overhaul of the current records management framework to accurately identify the ownership types. Developing this infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, would demand significant financial investment, technical expertise, and time. There will also be a valuation challenge, we believe, where conducting valuations for all properties owned by specified groups by the 31st of December 2025 is logistically and financially unviable. In addition, annual revaluations are also going to be essential, we believe, for maintaining accuracy, but will require consistent funding, the hire of qualified valuers, and the updating of systems. This creates a perpetual resource burden with uncertain revenue returns. As it relates to compliance and enforcement, Mr. Speaker, we believe that this is another challenge. Mr. Speaker, we're having to track ownership, identity, and reach non-Caymanian property owners, especially those residing overseas or owning properties through legal entities, would be challenging as well. Ensuring compliance across jurisdiction adds a complexity, and non-compliant owners may be difficult to track down or enforce the penalties against them, thereby increasing administrative burdens. Mr. Speaker, there are potential litigation risks as well, where disputes over ownership, classification, valuation, and indeed enforcement could escalate legal challenges and further strain the resources. Establishing and maintaining a dedicated compliance team will necessitate significant investment in legal, administrative, and logistical support. Mr. Speaker, the Cayman Islands real estate market, as you would know, is a cornerstone of our economy, attracting significant foreign investment. The proposed property tax could deter high net worth individuals and foreign investors who contribute significantly to the stamp duty revenues. This could create barriers to investment, pushing potential investors to alternative jurisdictions. Reduced property investment could also, Mr. Speaker, lead to a downturn in the real estate market, causing an oversupply of properties and declining property values, which could negatively impact the government's forecast operating revenues from stamp duty. And I know my friend from Bontown West fully understands this as the former Minister of Finance himself. There are beneficial ownership challenges too, Mr. Speaker, where many properties are held through trusts, offshore entities, or nominee agreements, thereby complicating efforts to identify the ultimate owner and increasing the likelihood of revenue loss, undermining the objective, I believe, of this motion. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there's the potential of social division, where targeting non-Caymanians for additional property taxes may foster resentment and create a perception of discrimination, potentially harming societal cohesion and the country's international reputation. Mr. Speaker, real estate investment by non-Caymanians does not correlate, we believe, with public health care costs, as non-residents, property owners for the most part, typically place minimum demand on the system. Taxing this group for health care funding, we believe, is inequitable and may be seen as arbitrary. This is considered to be a fundamental flaw, we believe, in the motion. Why is it trying to connect two separate matters, health care costs and the imposition of property tax, when there isn't a causal relationship between the two? Property ownerships by non-Caymanians does not cause an incurrence of health care costs to the extent it's being stated. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the census report estimated that there were 10,176 Caymanians that are 19 years old and under 4,695 Caymanians that are 65 years of age and older. In 2023, the government's health care costs, I'm reliably informed, is $246.4 million, or 24% of the government's total operating budget. This cost covered a number of healthcare services that are already free to Caymanians, including primary, secondary, dental, and mental health care to indigent patients, 2, public health and school medical services to children, comprehensive health care to persons over 59 who are uninsured or underinsured or who have exhausted their insurance coverage, and 4, tertiary medical care for indigents, seamen, and veterans at local or overseas institutions. Mr. Speaker, I would be most surprised if any elderly person can legitimately say that the government has knowingly not provided health care services for them when the conditions have been met. While we believe most sincerely, Mr. Speaker, that the intention behind the proposed property tax is intended to bolster health care funding, the potential adverse effects on our real estate market, investor confidence, and social harmony cannot be overlooked. It is therefore the government's position, Mr. Speaker, that it cannot support the private member's motion as it is presently worded. We can, however, support the first part of the resolution, but not the other resolutions, Mr. Speaker. So at the appropriate time, we would ask for the question to be put individually on the resolutions, failing the mover or the seconder not moving an amendment to do the same. We believe that a fund should be created, but not using what is proposed for the real estate market. If that is done, the government can accept the motion.
The Honourable Member for West Bay West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the subject of our health care bill is disturbing, because being here as long as I've been, I've seen how much it has grown. The budget, when I came, maybe was that size, very small budget. Now look at where we are. And health care was not the best. Everything was, you had to do it for tertiary level care, you had to go overseas, or you stayed here and died. If you could get the government of those days to agree to send you overseas for those persons that couldn't pay to do so themselves. So we have grown. We have grown. And we can't keep kicking the matter down the road as far as the huge bill it is, and it can become, if not arrested somehow. I do believe that our health officials in administrative management at HSA is doing some good things, and we do get mixed reports about the state of affairs at our HSA. The one thing I do know that we have some good medical care in this country today, in the private sector and in our hospital itself. What I am concerned about is that we are doing in government what the private sector can do and should be doing cheaper. And that's one aspect. Can they do it cheaper? Will they be doing it cheaper? I know you got Doctors Hospital and you got Health City now with a huge, it's about $300 and nearly $400 million of development since they opened the hospital at Commander Bay. State of the art. And should we be doing what we are doing instead of allowing the private sector to do so? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I look and I see, I've got complaints. I talk to health officials. We have, as I said, some studious people working for us. I know they get criticized. We know that. You call Ms. Lizette, and she can answer. If she can't answer except she gets it answered for you. And so we have some good people at work. What my concern is, should the government be doing all this? Should we be still, and I know this is happening, and I've said this before, should we still be sending so many people overseas? Should we? That has to be a problem. It costs. But the fact is that many MPs and MLAs over the years push that because our constituents say, no, I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. I can't trust this. I don't believe this. And send me overseas. And we, as elected people, bending to the wishes of our constituents, as I said, we push the issue, but it has rung up the cost. And it keeps bringing up the costs in this country. And so we have, that's one thing. When we built and agreed with Health City, it was the intention for medical tourism, people coming here, and people are doing that, but it meant also that our tertiary care level costs would go down. It has not. It has not, and it should be the state of affairs. As I said, Doctors Hospital, it's a good hospital, Health City, and then you got some really good clinics here now. We are doing well. I share the opinion of the Premier that our elderly can get the care if family attend to them. And that's the problem. If family attend to them. Because there are times I get calls to take this one, I know others, pick them up, take them to the hospital, you got to wait on them. Go to the clinics, you got to wait on them, right? That's where I think the country is falling down, in the care of our seniors. And I'll have more to say about that later on. But I believe they can get the care. They can get the care. I was a seconder, and I had problems with my counsel and on the 2% tax or fees. And so I said to the mover that I had that problem. He said he understood, and I withdrew from it. But we have to find, and I think that we can find a different way of paying for this. I think the mover mentioned the referendum on gaming. Yes, tons of money going out of this country. Tons! You think they're not? Tons of it. Check. Honduras, Jamaica, They got about 6 going a day. I even hear DR. I don't know where else. Belize. So we Caymanians do not want to change. Well, you can't hear Mama say you can't hear, you feel. Because we are not going to sit back forever and allow the government to get into a problem. And by government getting into a problem down the road, who else can suffer besides our own people? So we better get ready and say to the country, let's support that on gaming, and that money can go to social development, can go and help pay our health bill. And we can't take this huge bill that is the member have pointed to. We can't alleviate that all one time. But then you'll have a means. Maybe that's not the gaming aspect is, and the funds from that is not the only way to get it. There are other ways. But the country has to grow to get these funds, you know. And that's the big kickback. Oh, you got too many people now. Oh, you got too many buildings now. Oh, you got too much this, too much that. But yet we want the schools. Yet we want the education level to grow. Yet we want better health care. Yet we need to take care of our elderly. Because the truth is, when I came here, Mr. Speaker, $25 per month is what our elderly were getting. And you better had voted for the right people, and you better had made them know. You wasn't getting it. You wasn't getting it. $25, and we kept moving up. And I remember the first motion to get it up to 100. Wow, that's a big thing. I got cussed for it. Oh, you were taking money and giving people that should be working. Today it's up to $12.50, and we know that does not strike the balance on the cost of living in this country, as the leader of the opposition so prominently pointed out yesterday. The cost, and the cost for our seniors is not, it is more than it would be for a younger person. To care for them properly. Their houses are dropping to pieces. And we're trying to do something about that. But the bureaucracy that we have to go through now to get these things done, as I said, Caymanians wanted this. They don't want this. They don't want that. Oh, you got all these people. What are you going to do with them? Plenty of them are construction workers. And you still can't get certain things done today as you need to. Try to get it done for some of the old people. And these are things that I attend to. I don't get out on Facebook. I don't get out on the Compass and the radio shows and say I done this. No. When I do good, it's good enough for the person that I am doing good for to know. Nobody else needs to know. And so I have a problem with that aspect, and I will not be, and as the Premier said, supporting that aspect of it. But the motion is valid. I only wish if the mover had not been so stubborn and had allowed us to move that, I would have been the seconder to the motion. So, how do we fund the bill that faces us today and in the future? These are things that we have to grapple with. I know we only got, a couple of months left here as a government, as an elected body. The House prorogues, dissolves, and we go to fight our nightly business campaign and see if we get back here. But whomever is here, this bill will not run away. But there are several aspects. I want to repeat that. We have the new Minister of Health, whoever that's going to be, have to look at Why are we still sending so many people overseas that cost us? And we ourselves need to look at how we manage and deal with constituents who demand that they go overseas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to speak with regard to this motion that is before us this afternoon. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that my debate, if we have it yet. Mr. Speaker, my contribution to this debate pretty much will follow what the member for West Bay West was said and what the Premier has also said as well with regard to the motion. Mr. Speaker, the member for Bodentown West is right. And I think we all agree here this evening that the thrust of his motion is right. He is right about the need for action to tackle the increasingly crippling cost of health care, not just for the government, but for individuals and households as well. He is right about the implications of Cayman's rapidly aging population and the strain that this will create on our healthcare system. It's coming. I guarantee you this evening, it's coming. I could not but agree with the member for Bodentown West because, after all, he is making the same argument that I did almost a year ago in responding to government's budget. The honourable member is not wrong. In my view, just a little bit late in making the argument he has put before Parliament today. It was last December I said in this Parliament that the costs of health care were becoming unaffordable. I reminded government that they had pledged to reform the healthcare insurance system, and I offered to work with them to find a practical and workable solution to the challenges that we face. We fast forward 12 months now, and we see nothing has happened, and it is in this environment, in this vacuum really, that the member has brought this motion before Parliament and has illustrated the potential costs that government's failure to tackle the challenges our country is facing. As situations get worse, there is a danger of reaching for any action that might offer the prospect of a solution without really thinking it through properly. As the old adage says, Mr. Speaker, act in haste, repent in leisure. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, if the government were to take the action proposed by the member for Bodentown, the country would be regretting it, I feel, very quickly and for many, many years to come. For while the honourable member is quite right in his diagnosis of the problem, I believe that the proposed cure is completely wrong. And I say there are two reasons, Mr. Speaker, for my objection to the proposal for a 2% property tax to be levied on property owned by non-Caymanians. First, where I called upon the government to find a solution to this issue that was practical and workable, the idea of a 2% property tax is neither of those things. Mr. Speaker, I think it is unworkable because of the legion of issues that would be faced in trying to impose and collect such a tax. And I believe that the Premier adequately elucidated on that. Even supposing the tax survived the inevitable legal challenges caused by its discriminatory nature, how would the system actually work? Who would pay the tax when so many properties are owned by corporations which are separate legal entities. More such corporations could be created if they were exempt. How would it work for properties that are jointly owned by Caymanians and non-Caymanians? There are many issues which I believe make the proposal too complex to be workable. But even if those issues could be carefully ironed out, Mr. Speaker, the proposed tax is impractical because of the chaos it would create elsewhere. The tax would create a huge distortion in the property market, and the consequences of that could be dire. And it would not just be non-Caymanians that suffered, Mr. Speaker. The member for Bodentown West has suggested that curbing rising property taxes would be, let me rephrase that. But in causing huge distortion in the property market, one of the potential outcomes could be curbing property prices, which many would say would be a welcomed side effect of such a proposal. But, Mr. Speaker, what if, instead of curbing rising prices, the proposed tax caused property prices to fall? I need not remind Parliament, I am sure, that property prices would not just fall for non-Caymanians. It would affect us all. If prices were to fall, young Caymanians would be with significant mortgages would be the one section of our economy that would find themselves basically affected the hardest, because they could find themselves trapped in a situation where the value of their property was less than the mortgage they were carrying. And you know what would happen. Next thing, you can listen for the knock. Mr. Borrower, your property is underwater. You don't have enough equity to support the loan that we gave you. I need more security. That's what the banks would do. They would come seeking for more security. Then if you think about it briefly for the rental market, what about that? Foreign-owned rental units are far from being unknown in these islands. In other words, foreign-owned properties in this country are being leased and rented, and investors are making money from it. What would owners do when faced with the tax? The logical move would be seek to pass on as much of the cost as possible to tenants. And, we know many of the tenants renting these properties are Caymanians. So what are they likely to experience? A rise in rental rates. And we know that rents have already risen by more than a third in the last 3 years. And so any action that might result in rents rising yet further would truly be counterproductive in the extreme. I could go on, Mr. Speaker. There's much more I could say. But let us just assume that there is a way to solve all the issues that I believe make the tax proposal unworkable. Let us assume, too, that the logic of the market can be overcome and that the practical implications for the housing market can be waved away, that we can take care of it. Even then, this tax would be the wrong answer, because aside from all of the practical objections, there is a question of fundamental principle, I believe, that is at stake here. Cayman has built its reputation as a jurisdiction by avoiding direct taxation. That reputation has been very hard won, and we jeopardize it at our peril, Mr. Speaker. In my view, this is a principle that we must continue to uphold. To open the door to direct taxation is a real slippery slope that we will start down. The honourable member might believe that the 2% property tax would be a one-off, require just to solve this particular problem. But what is then to stop future governments extending the idea and imposing other taxes on other things, taxing Caymanians as well as non-Caymanians, taxing income as well as property? That's the slippery slope that we would face. Just look to history, Mr. Speaker. Across the world, direct taxes have been introduced to solve one problem or another. But always and everywhere, once introduced, direct taxation has only ever been extended. We have long argued against direct taxation in the Cayman Islands, Mr. Speaker. We have put and drawn a line in the sand here for a very good reason. And I would submit to us today in this Parliament that it is not a line that we should cross. Mr. Speaker, the issue is this, and for all of us in here, I think I could probably say for most majority, that we support the idea of the motion. It's the 2% direct taxation that we disagree with, that we cannot support. And like the Premier suggested, if we can amend this to make it more palatable and try to work together to find a way, then I think we would all agree to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, either way, if we're going to work towards finding a solution, it's not going to be accomplished in the next 2 to 3 months. Can't be. There's no way you're going to get this all dealt with and put together. So it is going to fall to the next government to take up an issue like this. And it will take some time to resolve. So, Mr. Speaker, it is on that basis I say that the official opposition cannot support the motion in its present form. But if we could get it amended as it has been suggested, then, Mr. Speaker, I think we would be able to get there and vote in the affirmative when it does go to the vote. So with those comments, I will end my contribution to this debate, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does it, the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't plan to be too long. I think many members have already said most of the spirit of this motion. And I want to first say congratulations to the member of Bordentown West for bringing the motion, because it's, like he rightfully said, though the motion may not be the most perfect, he did accomplish the goal that is for us to pay attention to this serious issue that is coming up. So he definitely has the attention not only of this Parliament, but also of the people of the Cayman Islands. And I think the Honourable Premier and the former leader of opposition did a great job expressing the fact that we are in support on the foundation of finding a way to solve this problem. The motion was well drafted, and the obligations morally, constitutionally, and legally to ensure that health care is available for all those who live in these islands. So there's no dispute there, Mr. Speaker. And the Leader of Opposition, as well as the Premier, highlighted the dangers of what a potential 2% could do to the market. But Mr. Speaker, I rise, even though I thought there was enough context to the conversation and the body of the motion, because throughout it all, I unfortunately missed the member for West Bay, West contribution, and I'm not sure if he focused on this or not, but I think there's a level of repeat is not so bad as long as I do it quickly, Mr. Speaker, which is focusing rather than trying to find more money to fix the problem. Why don't we fix the system to be more efficient and costly? Because when that was said? Less, yeah. Cost effective is what I meant, less costly. And thank you for the clarification, because that could have gone south easily. Because when I think about all of the elements surrounding the costs, and the estimates are based on pricing. And when I think about insurance, and I think about private or government, whether it's cynical or the independent ones. Matter of fact, I remember my good friend, by the way, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member from Bontown West, when he showed me the profits of some of the insurance companies when he was on this side, and how disgusted he was by it with the claims and the cost that was affecting the people. And then we've also seen where our own government-owned company is making a profit, and I think we're all happy about that for Cynical. But that profit had to come off the backs of the people. Then we think about what it costs to operate and run HSA. And then we think about the cost of what it takes to have the private sector operations. And the other question is the amount of them that we have in a population of only 85,000 people. Only so much money to go around. And when you invest millions of dollars in equipment and office space and branding and all that, you got to make the money back. When was the last time we sat down and went through the pricing points for operations, for procedures? When was the last time we went through the costing price points for medication? Where are we getting our medication from? Mr. Speaker, I think that if we revamp how we offer health care in the Cayman Islands, we may actually be able to solve the problem without having to increase some of the fines somewhere that may do exactly what the member said, which is create a wicked problem where you try to fix one thing and you create another problem. And that other problem was somewhat, I think, adequately expressed by the member for Georgetown East. And the first thing that came to my mind thinking about this was exactly what he highlighted. A Caymanian who got a loan, middle class, young professional, 32 years old, bought a home for an average of about $600,000 to $700,000 in the Cayman Islands. Good professional, went to school, been at work for 7 years, got a good salary, boom, something happens, he loses the job. Boss doesn't like him because he's too black. I don't know, whatever it costs. He loses it. And in the market where Caymanians find it hard enough as it is to find a job, can't get another job, takes him about a year. And we had made the change before all of that. So that house he bought for $700,000, the market dropped, as the good member of Georgetown East said. Now the house is valued only at $475,000. Now without a job, he owes the bank $225,000 right off the top. Like the good member would say, one emergency away from bankruptcy. And that's even worse, in debt. Because the bank's not going to let you go, they're going to come for you. Mr. Speaker, he's right, this is a wicked problem. But I want to say that I think the member from Georgetown East is correct to say that the spirit of this motion needs to be addressed. All of us, regardless of who gets back in government, whether it's new ones, those who are listening, who are seeking our spots, or members currently here, or every single one of us in here get back in, we're still going to have to fix this problem for the people. Well, some may be retiring, but I have the confidence that we've all been working really hard for the last 2.5 years and will be re-elected if we put ourselves forward. But there is not enough time, remember from Georgetown East is correct, to make a fundamental change in this respect. So the member has accomplished the goal to put it on the radar, not only on our political radar, but on the lips and the minds of the people, to let us know that our manifestos better be filled with solutions to this problem. Because if we don't try to address it now, it will be a big headache for the children of the future by way of cost, or it will be a big problem for those who are retiring by way of cost or lack of services. Because if you can't pay for it, then you're not going to get the service. And Mr. Speaker, speaking of service, there was one factor in all of this that I sometimes think we forget or don't appreciate, is the health care that we get in the Cayman Islands is pretty amazing. It is, when you go to other countries and you think about the wait time, the potential offerings that is available by equipment, specialist doctors that are available in a little small tiny island in the Caribbean with 85,000 people. Now that's luxury. And I think we're paying the price for that luxury, because studies will show that normally investors don't invest the amount of infrastructure necessary for healthcare deliverables for a population so small. And they do their assessments. They look at the price points done by the Medical Council. What is Medical Council? Medical and Dental Council, whose job and responsibility is to set the standard for pricing. And that pricing dictates what they charge the insurance companies. And the insurance companies want profits too. And they say, hey, hands up, not me. You go deal with the pricing scale. We can give you cheaper pricings on insurance. So there's a number of stakeholders involved in this, but we as people have to recognize, even in a billion-dollar economies across the world, trillion-dollar economies across the world, many people don't get the service that we get in the Cayman Islands. So we got to be mindful that there may be some effects, but I do think there is enough room to tweak, even in the current healthcare fund that is created. Maybe a minor increase there to help us a little bit, maybe a decreasing with the cost. Maybe we have to start monitoring now. Should we be allowing any more healthcare providers in the Cayman Islands? Because the more people in this one pot, the less profits they have. And they're not going to say, okay, I'm going to take it out of my profit share. They're going to pass it on to the consumer. They pass it on to the consumer, and then the prices go up in our legal obligation, in our risk profile. What's it? Our costs for the future obligations will also go up. So there's a knock-on effect that nobody wants to lose. And I don't want anybody to lose either, but the end user who we are responsible for, the persons who get the medical health care and those who pay the insurance premiums, is our primary focus. So it is a wicked problem. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the member is willing for amendments, and I think the amendments was around the focus of the resolve section, the second resolve, which everybody is focusing on, rightfully so, about the 2% fee. That if we can reword that to something that says that the government is willing to investigate another way to find the necessary revenues and potentially find strategies for reducing the costs within the Cayman Islands, I'm quite sure we can commit to that, because I think this government for the rest of the term that is in, and the next government will be obligated to do both of those things. So with that being in mind, I am happy to say that I know the mover of this motion well enough to know that his intention here is to help the good people of the Cayman Islands by making sure that they have quality health care when it's time for them to retire, because I know where his heart is at. And I tell you, I know he's a strategic politician too. By all means, he had the time to hear all the feedback, because I called him myself and said, come on, because you know I can't support this in its current form. He says, but you called me though, is Betches on your radar now? I said, yes, you're right. So he's done his duty on behalf of his people of Bordentown West and on behalf of the Greater Cayman Islands to make sure that this is a priority for all of us to think about. And now that we're thinking about it, hopefully we all will be working our minds together to find a solution, because one thing we all have agreed to as well is that the problem is real. And every day that passes that we don't have a solution, it will continue to get worse. Mr. Speaker, I'm certain, I can speak for myself, but I can also speak for my colleagues, that we are all thinking about what will we present to the country to this wicked problem as a way of a solution. And I'm certain that the official opposition is doing the same. And though we're on different sides, the members who recently left this government, I know the heart of the people are of interest for them as well. So I'm confident in saying that all members of this House will continue to investigate the best ways forward with the least amount of impact and not to create any further wicked problems. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, as my leader has said, we're willing to support it with amendments, and that's my contribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member from Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make a relatively brief contribution in respect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, members have noted, and I don't think there can be any disagreement, that this House, this Parliament, and every one of us here clearly understand the need to continue to provide healthcare services to our people, whether they're young, whether they're middle-aged, whether they're older, particularly where they need that assistance. Mr. Speaker, as I listened to the member for Georgetown East, I noted his cautionary reference that this problem is coming. Mr. Speaker, this problem is here. This problem has been here. Because we know that we have systems in this country that are designed to support our people that are not adequate. We know we have a pension system that needs reform. We haven't been dealing with that. We know that there are issues in relation to health insurance, and we need to find solutions in relation to that. We know that, like every Western society, we have issues with people having less than optimal lifestyles and less than optimal health. And I know the Ministry of Health and Wellness previously, and the former minister rather, the member from Prospect, was involved with a STEP survey which was designed to address concerns, to gather data, and to seek to provide solutions to try to make our society as a whole healthier through recommendations, through advice, through proactive early measures. These are all things that help, Mr. Speaker, because the healthier we are, and the earlier we are healthy and stay healthy, the lower these costs are. The Honorable Deputy Premier referred to being cost-conscious, cost-effective. Those are one of the ways that we can help to reduce our overall costs on these matters. Mr. Speaker, the mover of the motion, the member from Boddentown West, clearly, as a former Minister of Finance, understands the implications of the ever-increasing costs that we face as a country. I recall him raising it previously. Mr. Speaker, I recall many people who have been ministers in this House who are here today, many people who have been ministers or members of Parliament raising it in the past, former ministers of finance, former premiers. This is an issue that we know we have been concerned about for some time. So we need to direct our efforts to find solutions to help manage the ever-increasing costs, because I'm sure I wasn't here to have the benefit of the mover's presentation, but I'm sure he referenced the demographic changes. I'm sure he talked about the increasing shift in the demographics for the country, people getting older, and the challenges that come with that and the increased costs. So we understand that it is a reality. It has been a reality. It is a growing and continuing problem. We have to manage it. We have to find ways to improve overall health, thereby reduce the need for expensive health care, because it does pose a risk to the country's fiscal stability. And Mr. Speaker, I agree with many of the comments that have been made in respect of the proposed solution to help in respect of funding this issue. I do agree, and it has certainly been an issue that we have considered in the past in terms of, for example, shouldn't say an issue. We have acknowledged in the past that the land registry has never collected the nationality of owners. So that would be a difficult proposition to address that. I heard some of the comments made and the contribution made by the Honourable Premier and outlining the technical issues that would arise and would create a limitation on the effectiveness of this sort of sourcing of funding. So I agree, Mr. Speaker, with members' indications that this is, for many reasons, probably impracticable at this point to deal with. Mr. Speaker, one thing that I would really want to end with is that, and I think everybody who has been in government understands this, we need and I want to emphasize it. When we are budgeting expenses for the country, we need to be accurate, as accurate as possible, and as realistic as possible. And when it comes to things like NGS 55, HEA 2, those account designations or categories that relate to the provision of services to people who can't afford it through our Health Services Authority or through other tertiary level institutions, medical institutions in the country. We need to be accurate about that, Mr. Speaker. From my perspective, I have a real concern that if we are not accurately budgeting these costs, we will lose track of any efforts that we can make to try to keep them under control, to try to reduce them. Too often, Mr. Speaker, there is a decision and a practice of budgeting 50% of what we know the likely costs are going to be. And that has happened with many governments. We don't do it with other budget items. If education is going to cost X, we budget it at projected to cost X, we budget it at X, or as close to it as we can. Anything else, we try to be relatively accurate with it. You may set it slightly below to try to put some pressure on and create some targets to try to control costs. But this one, Mr. Speaker, is always one that is, budgeted at 50% or thereabouts, sometimes less. It doesn't make sense, and the practice needs to change. Otherwise, we will not be able to make any progress with addressing the controls, the fears that this could create fiscal instability for the government. We have to be honest about what it is, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know, our constituents, if they see us budgeting numbers like that, if I didn't understand and I saw that happening, I would be concerned about it if I was an ordinary resident of this country. If somebody said to me the actual cost was $50 million last year, and this year you budgeted 22 million or 18 million or 19 million, they got a reason to worry. So, Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe that the things that you accurately budget for, you can find ways of controlling, you can find ways of funding properly, and you can be accurate and efficient about it. This one, I don't know why, but a practice has developed where it is ignored. And what it does is it creates a feeling that you can fund other things across government that you wouldn't ordinarily feel you could fund if you were being relatively accurate with the budgeting. Mr. Speaker, I support the principle of the motion. I just have real reservations about how we fund it at this point, and I don't think that the proposed funding mechanism, for all the reasons that have been probably more clearly articulated and elucidated by the Premier, Honourable Premier in particular, who has responsibility for lands, as set out. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, as I said, I support the principle. I want us to be more accurate. I want us to be more thoughtful about how we do this. And I want us to utilize all of the efforts that have been made to gather data, to find ways of improving the healthcare, improving the quality of life of our people, which will also have the benefit of reducing some of the costs that comes with healthcare, even as we get older. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member for Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lend my contribution to the private member's motion. I'll be rather brief. In regards to, I too support this motion, the whole essence, the background behind it. And to be honest, Mr. Speaker, if one knows what the exercise is like going through a finance budget, doing a budget, in my short tenure here as the former Minister for Ministry of Health and Wellness, and fighting for that line item of the infamous NGS 55 and HEA 2. It's yours truly. And I share, and I do agree with the mover of this motion. This is a long time coming, and all of the other contributions that has been made and stated from previous persons who have contributed, it is definitely something that needs to be taken into hand. My first exercise in the budget and participation in fighting for the line items for the Ministry of Health and Wellness was round one of my tenure. How the budgets are set up, and the second round was a difference. With the understanding and the mechanisms in law, being physically prudent as an elected government. We understand that there are provisions of Section 12 that we can come down here and we can actually fight and give proper explanation. But when it comes to access to health care for our people, for the people of the Cayman Islands, and access to quality health care, being fair for everyone, it is a very emotive subject, and one that should and must be on the priorities list of everyone understanding the season that we're about to embark on come 2025. I too agree that we need to be a little bit more realistic. It's not for the want of having the vigor and fight to make sure that adequate funding is given, but like I rightly said, the pressures and the acts and demands of your constituents, and understanding that persons really want that option of choice, it comes with a cost. What we have started to do in my former position, and got the support of my colleagues, as a matter of fact, this entire House based on support of the nation, was the importance of pushing through with the STEP survey that yield real results that could help us in making more informed decisions, forecasting the health of our nation. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that we all have a job to do. Outside that, our future is grim with those realistic results. The acts of the people, the acts of the nation as well, is for the Insurance Act to also be amended. That is a piece of legislation that, what I was told prior to my departure, should have been something that was actually scheduled to come before the House in the sitting or in the first quarter of next year. I'm no longer there, but I can tell you the work is continuing, has continued under my tenure, and it was to its end because there are lots of bits and pieces that would also help in shouldering and bringing proof that this needs to be actually something to consider and be on the top priority. In regards to moving forward in making sure that we are responsible, the culture really has to change. And the fees, of course, we need proper accountability and oversight when it comes to over-medicalization. And this too, Mr. Speaker, is something that we need to make sure that we can continue to monitor the civil servants and all of those persons who are there to help us in the operational arm. We can make all the legislation in the world, but the oversight is definitely needed in order to make it a reality and that our people can benefit from what works we are doing here. But I want to just tell the mover of this motion that I support this. This is something that we need to really take into consideration. But looking at the amended version right now for the solution, long-term solutions, this is not a problem that will go away. But there are things that has been placed in motion, including that of the Pharmacy Act of 1969, would also help with the cost, because we understand the pharmacy bill and cost of even medications. I heard the member for Georgetown Central mentioned sourcing of medication. That's why it was important for that bill, and I thank my colleagues when I was there in assisting and supporting that. That implementation, I was told prior to me admitting my ministerial role, should have been done for December. For the record, that too will help based on the regulations to lower cost that will then benefit our Caymanians and everybody who needs medication, which in turn lessen the fees that we have to pay to Cineco. So I support this motion in principle with the necessary amendments, and I thank you for this opportunity to lend my contribution.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll invite the honourable member for Bordentown West to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said when I moved this motion, the most difficult challenge in the history of human affairs is to change the established order of things, because those who will be disadvantaged by the change are certain of their loss, while those who will benefit from the change are uncertain of their gain. Mr. Speaker, private members' motion number 1 of 2017-2018, the very first private member motion that was moved when I was a member first elected in this parliament, passed on the 24th of August 2017. The motion called for healthcare reform. Nothing was done. Private member motion number 7 of 2017-2018 to create a banking reform select committee, passed on the 24th of August 2017. Nothing was done. Private members motion number 8 of 2017-2018 called for amendment to the registered land law. It was moved by myself and seconded by Mr. Ard McLean. Passed 16th of November 2017. Nothing was done. Private member motion number 7 of 2018-2019, the following year. Motion on free health care for children. Passed by myself, moved by myself and seconded by Tony Eden. Passed on the 6th of June 2019. Nothing was done. Private 2019-2020, the following year. Private members motion number 6, motion to increase the normal retirement age for civil servants. Passed on the 2nd of July 2020. Nothing was done.
Honourable member, to be absolutely accurate, those motions call for the government to consider.
Yep.
And so the vote would have been in favor of the government considering. So I don't think you can go as far as saying nothing was done. Because unless you were in government, you wouldn't know whether or not the government considered the matter, which is what the motions called for. So if you could just be accurate in what you're saying.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll set the record straight then, so I don't want to come across the wrong way. So I'll start back over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. Listen, private member motion number 1, Mr. Speaker, 2017-2018. I asked the government to consider, which was moved by Ezra Miller, then the member for Northside, seconded by myself. I asked the government to consider healthcare reform. The motion passed on 24th of August 2017. We have yet to see what was considered. Private motion number 7 of 2017-2018, Mr. Speaker, was moved by myself and seconded by Mr. Arden McLean of East End. Passed on the 24th of August 2017. Asked the government to consider the Banking Reform Select Committee, because there are some things that we wanted to look at. That motion passed. I don't know what was considered. Private member motion number 8 of 2017-2018. Was moved by myself and seconded by Mr. Arden McLean. Passed on the 16th of November 2017. And it spoke about amendments to the registered land. We asked the government to consider certain amendments to the registered land law. I remember that one was dealing with mortgages. It passed. I don't know what was considered. Private member motion number 7 of 2018-2019. Motion on free health care for children. Moved by myself, seconded by Tony Eden. Passed on the 16th of June 2019. Asked the government to consider free health care for children. I don't know what was considered. Private member motion number 6, 2019-2020. Motion to increase the normal retirement age for civil servants. Moved by myself, seconded by Mr. Tony Eden. Passed on the 2nd of July 2020. I don't know what was considered, even though it was passed. Private members motion number 3. This one's very easy, Mr. Speaker. Motion to review pension and employee benefit reform. It was moved by myself and seconded by Arden McLean, and that one was rejected on the 22nd of October 2020. So there's nothing to consider there. Private member motion number 4 of 2020-21, Mr. Speaker. Motion to increase the minimum vacation leave entitlement. Moved by myself and seconded by Mr. Arden McLean. That was also rejected. And the last one, private members motion number 5. Motion on invoice submissions of medical bill claims. Moved by myself, seconded by Arden McLean. I remember at the time, Minister of Health from Bodentown East actually got up and accepted it, and that passed on the 2nd of November 2020. And if memory serves me right, I think they actually did do something about that one, if I'm to be honest. But Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, and while I was preparing for this debate, and as I said in the video that I circulated, I am not a fan of any fees or charging any fees. But the truth of the fact is, Mr. Speaker, 7 of the 19 members were members of this Honorable House 10 years ago when the then Finance Minister sounded the alarm on the unfunded medical liability. And in the 10 years since, Mr. Speaker, the amount has doubled. The reason why, and I would say I went a little bit nuclear in the suggestion, there was one number that I left out of my cynical analysis. And Mr. Speaker, what I left out was this. The profit of the healthcare industry for 2023 was $19.7 million CI, as per SEMA's annual report for 2023. Of that amount, Cineco's profit for 2023 was $8.4 million. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, Cineco's profit was 43% of the total healthcare industry profit, as per CEMA's report. It means then, Mr. Speaker, that the remaining 11.3 million is what was shared amongst the healthcare companies. So now, Mr. Speaker, I ask this question. Bearing in mind that these numbers were used to go the other way, how much longer do we think those insurance companies that provide health care is going to stay in the Cayman Islands covering our people? Many of us in this house saw what happened when Generali left. We saw people could no longer get insurance because of pre-existing conditions. That's a big issue. So the question is, when these other insurance companies start to pull out on an aging population and people then try to go and get insurance with a pre-existing condition, what do we think is going to happen? Mr. Speaker, the member from Newlands raised an interesting point when he spoke about fiscal responsibility. I confirm during the speech, and everyone was speaking, I remember serving right just to confirm with the Honorable FS as to when was the last time the financial statements for the entire public sector was signed off by the Auditor General. The signature or the opinion of the Auditor General on the government's entire public sector financial statement has been adverse for a number of years. And what is driving that adverse opinion? The exclusion of the unfunded medical liability, amongst other things. Mr. Speaker, I know you and many other members in this House are familiar with the FFR. And it's safe to say that every single finance minister, including myself, none of us have dared put that on the balance sheet, because the minute we do that, we're in instant breach of one of the parameters of the FFR. Mr. Speaker, you worried about fiscal responsibility, I worried about it too. I can tell you what it is that used to keep me awake at night sometime when I was Minister of Finance. When or if the UK would ever want to step in or want to take a look at this or look at that, for members inside who know what it was like when at one point the UK had to approve our budget before we could even bring it down here. We know what that is like. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, that their model of taxation, or what it is that they would like for us, differs from what it is that we would want. So we have an opportunity where we can A, proactively try to do something about it, or B, leave it as is. But as I said in my original debate, doing nothing is not an option. Mr. Speaker, I deliberately left out the mechanism to pay for the motion in my debate. I did not raise the property issue, and I didn't want to get into some of the massive prices and the conditions, because as the Honorable Premier said, he tried to avoid a social disharmony. But I will say this much. I knew when the member for West Bay West messaged me and said, boy, Chris, pressure. I knew. The Honorable Deputy Premier called me. I knew. And I knew the consensus of the majority of members in the House.
Honourable Member, we've reached the hour of interruption, and I would like to invite the Honourable Premier to move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order that business may continue beyond 4:30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 to allow the business to continue beyond our 4:30 with an aspirational conclusion of 7:30 p.m. tonight.
Thank you, Madam Premier. The question is that Standing Order 10-2 be suspended in order that business of the House may continue beyond the hour of 4:30. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Accordingly, Standing Order 10-2 is suspended and the business of the House will continue to the aspirational hour of 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I knew, like I said up front, that this is a material departure from the way we do business. I get that. And while I sat down and started preparing for this debate, and I look back at previous motions, and I realized my very first motion in this House called for that. That was when, under your premiership, the financial position of this country was sweet. $100 million a year surpluses you were throwing down that you could have paid for all the capital without borrowing. Well done to you, sir. But that problem existed. Our financial position is not as sweet as it was back in 2017. Actually, far more challenging. And as a result, I realize now at the time we need to start looking not just on the expenses side, but not the revenues to pay for it. And one of the reasons I didn't touch on the tax itself, as they call it, even though I refer to it as an annual fee, was that suggestions that I got after putting the motion out there, where someone said, well, Chris, let us wait to see what happens after the referendum. If they vote to legalize, I guess, the national lottery, the numbers thing or whatever, how much money government would raise from that, how much money the government would raise from that, how much it can probably contribute to this fund, and there are other areas that we can look at in terms of funding this fund, creating this fund. So I am pleased, as I said, Mr. Speaker, that not every single time we go down the field, we're going to score a goal. But if we can move the ball a little bit further each time, each parliament does that, eventually we'll get somewhere. The Premier has indicated that the government is willing to accept the creation of the healthcare fund. And in the Christmas spirit, and recognizing that while the government is sitting on certain cash reserves and there are certain things, it would even be nice if when you create the fund, you even started off with a seed of $1 million. It won't affect your ratios because it'll still be sitting there as part of the government reserve. But at least we can say we not only recognize a problem, but for the next government coming in and seeing that little line item there of $1 million, say, you know what? Let us now go to see what we can do to build on it. I could not sit down and propose the government do something, and the accountant in me would not allow me to not suggest a way to pay for it. You know, but I just want to clarify one thing when people are trying to make a connection between the health care of our seniors and the fee for the property. We have never sat down and done a connection because so much of government revenues goes into a general pot. You have some departments out there that are not revenue bearing. Fire service, for example. I can ask the question then, what does private fund fees have to do with the fire service? You know, so there's never been a connection. But I do understand the concerns that people have, and I do understand that it is a departure. One other suggestion that came up, Mr. Speaker, was someone said to me, you know, Chris, why didn't the government consider waiving the first $1 million in value and then only charge above the $1 million or $2 million? Again, that's an exercise. You know, but the good thing I like about this, Mr. Speaker, is government went through the painstakingly talk about the complication of how it is to find out all the owners of these companies. So then I smiled to myself, and I'm like, I want that same approach to be taken with regards to beneficial ownership too. If you don't want to do it for that, don't do it for that either. Leave beneficial ownership as is. It's pretty much almost the same exercise to go down and find out who own all of these companies anyway. You know, so we can't have our cake and eat it too. We can't have it both ways. You know? So from that standpoint, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to amend the motion to leave the first resolve, and the other three we'll take to the campaign trail. And that's what elections are for, ultimately to determine the will of the people. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we need to do. And I said to the member for West Bay West at the time that this was the first of 3 controversial motions that are coming, because the second one, which is the mortgage one, coming up. And I did anticipate this issue, Mr. Speaker, where the mechanism or the funding would have been a challenge. And I get it. And the reason why I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, if you go back and you remember in the last budget, the government was also looking at stamp duties along 7 Mile Beach. And I saw how quick the vultures came down to even entertain that. They went crazy. So if they attack a one-off fee on 7 Mile Beach alone, what do you think they would have done for me proposing island-wide 2% on all of them? It would have even been worse. So I do understand the government's position in that regard. But what I want to say is this, and we can get into that in the next go-around, but if we are not going to do it, let us make sure we give our people the tools to help themselves. And that's the reason why the second one, where we're looking at, and we get into that, we get into the old reverse mortgage issue, where we start looking at tools for people. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to amend the motion, leave the first resolve, and then we can remove the other results, and we can take it from there. And at least we would have moved the ball a little bit down the pitch a little bit for the next government to continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, normally we would require a formal amendment to be typed and so forth, but in the interest of time and because what you are proposing is quite simple and straightforward, I am prepared to entertain an oral amendment which simply would require the deletion of the last 3 resolved sections. So if you move that now and it is seconded, you can then, well, everybody can then debate it, but hopefully they won't feel the need to do so. So the last 4, sorry. Yes, the last 4. So if you want to go ahead and do that now, then we can get this one through.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move to amend private member's motion number 5 of 2024-2025, standing in my name, and I move that the last 4 results be deleted from this motion. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
The question is that private members' motion number 5 of 2024-2025, entitled Motion to Establish Healthcare Protection Fund for Seniors and Children, be amended by the deletion of the last 4 resolve provisions. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Does the member wish to speak there too?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Just make sure the record is right. So the question is that private members' motion number 5 of 2024-2025, entitled Motion to Establish Healthcare Protection Fund for Seniors and Children, be amended by the deletion of the last 4 resolved sections. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Private members' motion number 5 of 2024-2025, entitled Motion to Establish Healthcare Protection Fund for Seniors and Children, is accordingly amended as indicated. Now, if I may put the question on the motion as amended. The question is that private members' motion number 5 of 2024-2025, entitled Motion to Establish Healthcare Protection Fund for Seniors and Children, as amended, and I'm going to have to reframe that. Sorry. The question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers establishing a health care protection fund to offset the costs of providing free health care to all Caymanians under the age of 18 and over the age of 65, effective the 1st of January 2026. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Private members' motion number 5 of 2024-2025, entitled Motion to Establish Health Care Protection Fund for Seniors and Children, has been passed as amended. Honorable members, I propose to take a 15-minute suspension. Please cooperate and everyone be back and ready to roll at 5 o'clock so we can hopefully get a few more of the motions completed before the witching hour.
private members' motion number 6 of 2024-2025, motion to establish a Cayman Islands mortgage company, to be moved by the elected member for Bordentown West.
I recognize the honourable member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move private members' motion number 6 of 2024-2025, standing in my name, a motion to establish a Cayman Islands mortgage company, and the motion reads as follows, Mr. Speaker. Whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 as amended, the Cayman Constitution, affirms our commitment to being a country committed to the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. And whereas thousands of Caymanian families were negatively impacted when the Cayman Islands prime rate increased by 5.25%, going from 3.25% in March of 2020 to as high as 8.5% in August of 2024. And whereas thousands of Caymanian families saw their monthly mortgage payments increase by significant amounts, and whereas thousands of Caymanian families saw their property insurance increase by a significant amount, and whereas the government of the Cayman Islands has the power to establish statutory authorities and government-owned companies to serve the people of the Cayman Islands, be it therefore resolved that the government considers establishing a Cayman Islands mortgage company to assist Caymanian families with ownership and provide a stable credit environment, and be it further resolved that the government takes the necessary steps to ensure that the mortgage insurance and property insurance are offered to the customers of this company. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Does the honourable mover wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief on this one, Mr. Speaker, having spoken to the Honourable Premier during the break. But in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, if someone was to do a quick Google search, depends on which AI machine you have powering your phone, and you do ask the question, what percentage of U.S. mortgages are backed or supported by the U.S. government, you will see, in some will give a return of 70%, others will probably say 59%. But either way, more than half the mortgages in the United States is actually backed by the U.S. government. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that is of concern why I'm actually bringing this motion, and forgive me for being a little bit technical, but this is where the challenge is with traditional banking. A mortgage is usually a long-term debt, anywhere from 15 to 30 years, in a nutshell. The challenge for most banks, Mr. Speaker, is that if you have an asset, you also need to match it with a liability, and vice versa. Because there are no banks or there are nobody out there with a deposit of, say, 15-year fixed deposit or 20-year fixed deposit, you find out that most of the mortgages in the U.S. are actually supported by bonds or within the bond market, where someone goes out, issue a bond, a 30-year bond, a 15-year bond, and that bond will have, say, a set rate of, say, maybe 4%. And then the funds that they raise from that bond, they would go out and maybe lend it out at maybe 5 or 5.5%. But either way, a person can then get a fixed mortgage or a mortgage rate that is actually fixed. The challenge that we have here, Mr. Speaker, using the last CEMA numbers, we have over 2.1 billion CI. That is actually in terms of real estate for mortgages and everything else. And that is too much of that money, Mr. Speaker, a large portion of money is a variable fixed rate. And in a consumption-based economy where people need basically the money to consume and everything else, having that much money or that much loan subject to a variable rate, that all of a sudden people saw their mortgage going up by $1,000, $2,000 a month, it materially impacted them from, in a sense, of on the monthly expenses, and a lot of people had financial hardships. And what we're trying to achieve here, Mr. Speaker, is create a lending institution where you can actually go out and lend money over a 15, 20, 25, 30 year with a fixed mortgage rate. Because this company is envisioned to go out, raise the bond, and then pretty much you have a fixed rate for your bond, then you can actually enter into a loan arrangement with the borrower where they at least know that their payments will be fixed monthly for the next 15, 20, 30 years or whatever, as opposed to being up and down. And of course, if interest rates even go down, you can always go back and refinance into a lower rate, but you don't have to worry about the interest rate going up. I saw this more than anything my cousin that I visit very regularly in Florida, We had 8 interest rate rises, and our mortgage payment did not go up one bit. And that is what we're trying to look for, is stability. Because when you have an economy like ours that we do, for thousands of families to find an extra $300, $400, $500, $1,000, $2,000 a month, it creates a strain on them. And then on top of that, what it is that we're trying to achieve is to give stability within the market, and do it with ebbs and flows. Because if you look at it, Mr. Speaker, and you go and look at the customs revenues, for example, during that period of time, you'd actually see customs revenues going down. Why? People have less money to spend. I mean, it's simple mathematics. So the whole idea is to just focus on a lending company. Now, one of the things, Mr. Speaker, if we are able to set it up, one of the things that this company would be able to do, which traditional banks would have a challenge doing, again, because of their own balance sheet restriction, is to introduce reverse mortgages. Now, as I said before in my previous debate, if it's a situation where we at least want to find it hard, or we know the problem is coming, let us at least give some of our people the tools in which to be able to help themselves down the line. Your house is one of your biggest assets that you're going to have. What's the use of having an asset if within your golden years, your asset is no good to you? Your house basically becomes useless. And one of the things I do recognize that people do have some reservations when it comes to reverse mortgages, but the discipline in the process that we can do, building something unique to Cayman, is we can limit it where you can only get up to a maximum, say 40 or 50% of the equity that you have. So even if a person comes to the age of retirement and they have a small balance on their mortgage, they can still borrow up to the equity that they will be able to have and get their payments monthly from that standpoint. So at least the asset can help them. So between that, their pension, and hopefully free health care to some extent, they'll be able to have a much better life in retirement, but at least their asset will be working for them. And the good news is, Mr. Speaker, is that the family member or whoever it is that will come in, then they can always refinance after the person transitions, where they can say, well, they're not responsible for the balance, and at least we can then turn around and also give them even a 25, 30 year on the balance. So in a nutshell, or the main highlight you can take away from this, is that you're allowing 2 generations almost to pay for your home as opposed to 1 generation. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, that we wanted this company, and I've spoken to people in the industry, and they tell me that it is possible, where you can actually create an insurance product that you can take to the reinsurers just for the people within this company. And at that point now, you can actually subject that to a much better rate, a more competitive rate, because in essence, the risk profile will be a little bit different. So it is when you try to do something broad in the market is where it creates a problem. So I've had a discussion, and I don't want to call the company because I don't get anybody in trouble at this point, but it is something that's doable. Because the other issue that people have right now is house insurance. And one of the biggest things that's driving up the house insurance is the lack of reinsurance in the overall market. And what is driving the reinsurance issue is the issue of flood. Flooding has been one of the big issues across, in terms of most reinsurers. So if we can sit down, and this is one of the things where it's important now to go and have the conversation with our Caribbean neighbors, if we can find a way as governments across the region to work out something with regards to flood, where we cover X amount like they did in the US and other countries, and then have that kind of different type of insurance for people, that will also help with the insurance rate. But when you have insurance payments now becoming almost that of a mortgage payment, it also has become a problem. Again, taking more money out of people's pocket. So it is not designed, this also, Mr. Speaker, is not designed for a high-end or upper middle type thing, but more middle class families, working class families, and below in terms of giving them that opportunity, where at least we put the tools in place. They can avail themselves to it or not, but at least we would have done our part by putting something in place that if they need to use it, it is there. So it's better to have it and somebody don't want it than for somebody to want it and not have it. But again, as I mentioned in my previous debate, for the thousands of people that we have that will be hitting retirement in the next decade plus, we need to start putting tools in place now so at least they can start helping themselves as they go into their golden years, and we can allow them to retire with dignity as we promised them in our Constitution. So having spoken to the Premier on this, I don't need to get into long details. We have come to some understanding, so I will close my debate for now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for bringing the motion. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time and having I've spoken to the member in some detail during the break. The government is in a position that they would accept the consideration to establish the Cayman Islands Mortgage Company, which would assist the Caymanian families with home ownership and provide a stable environment. I should say also, in the interest of transparency, I did indicate that with the short 8 weeks, that it was a very high and illegitimate expectation that the consideration could result in an early gestation period, and he fully understands that, Mr. Speaker. I thank.
So quick conception, but no gestation. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I'll ask the honourable member moving the motion to wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Premier and all members for their tacit approval. I mean, I am sure every one of us inside this House recognize that one of the best ways to grow any economy is to have policies that can actually create opportunities to grow a middle class. I mean, that is ultimately what it is that we want to do, put things inside there to help our people. And with that said, as I said before, not every single time we go down the field, we're going to score a goal. But if we can at least start and people can have an idea of the intention that we were looking to go to, the next government coming in can actually deal with this issue. So, Premier, I want to thank you very much and also recognize that there's no such thing as being half pregnant, so that's fine. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers establishing a Cayman Islands mortgage company to assist Caymanian families with home ownership and provide a stable credit environment. And be it further resolved that the government takes the necessary steps to ensure that mortgage insurance and property insurance are offered to the customers of this company. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Accordingly, private member's motion number 6 of 2024-2025 has been passed.
Private members' motion number 7 of 2024 to 2025, motion for work permit holders to obtain a license to fish, to be moved by the elected member for West Bay North.
I recognize the honourable member for West Bay North.
Mr. Speaker, there is to present private members motion number 7 of 2024-2025 in my name. Whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009, as amended, the Cayman Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country that respects, protects, and defends its environment and natural resources as the basis of its existence. And whereas the Cayman Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country that manages growth and maintains prosperity while protecting its social and natural environment. And whereas the Cayman Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country with an immigration system that protects Caymanians, gives security to long-term residents, and welcomes legitimate visitors and workers. And whereas there is much concern amongst Caymanians with regards to overfishing and irresponsible fishing practices that are very un-Caymanian. Be it therefore resolved that the government consider amending the necessary action regulations to require all work permit holders in the Cayman Islands to obtain a license to allow them to fish in the Cayman Islands.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Does the honourable mover wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is something that I'm sure all of us sitting in here have been told by our constituents and by other people what they see, what they know is going on. The impact on the ecosystem is starting to show. Many people have come here from countries where they have been overfished, and when they reach here, they have no conscience. Juvenile fish are being caught, fish that us Caymanians don't touch. They're being caught by using bleach. They're caught by using buckets, small nets, and many other methods that we as Caymanians refuse to use and we have never used. Lots of these small fish don't get a chance to even mature or reproduce. Mr. Speaker, implementing this law will also help local fishermen that make a living in our waters close to shore. It will also, Mr. Speaker, help those fishermen who just want to put fish on their own table. We have expanded the zones that have limited the fish that small people, Caymanian fishermen or fisherwomen can get now because of the environmental zones. And now the fish are not even getting a chance to reproduce so that they can even have something to catch. Mr. Speaker, in meeting with local small fishermen and talking to people who like to go fishing, many suggestions have been put forward. Some, like certain size boats should not be allowed inside the reef to fish. Certain size boats should go a certain distance, a zone for them to fish in. But that's all for, I would feel, the consultation going out to the communities. But it is definitely something that's needed. We all know what's going on. Mr. Speaker, the small people are saying, our boats only got a little 5-gallon tank, a little 5 or 10 horsepower. We can't go 12-mile bank. We can't go out, but we can't catch nothing inside because it's getting more and more difficult because the fish are not there. And they're talking to people who study this, and they say it's because of what's happening. Another point that people have identified, why local people are having some problems. So even the dive boats is taking stuff onto their boats. And I said, is this, you have evidence? They said they have seen themselves. Well, Mr. Speaker, something has to be done. It is felt that our own people must stand a fighting chance to catch a decent-sized fish, both from the shore and from small boats close to shore. I don't want to hear that this is not good. 2 weeks ago, coming back from Australia, I stopped in Florida and picked up something in West Marine. And there was a young man there paying for a fishing license. When I heard him say to the guy, I come to pay for a fishing license, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm inquisitive. I said, so where are you from? He said, he's from Florida. But he's from further up in the Tallahassee area, and he's come down this side. I said, why you need a fishing license? He said, we all do. It's right there in Florida. So they're doing that to their own. Now, none of this is asking to make a Caymanian have to get a fishing license. These are just people who are here on work permits. If a tourist comes, also, you know, you have your tourist thing, that is different. They've come here for that. Mr. Speaker, we have to put our foot down. This has been discussed for a long time. Under the first Premier, we discussed it over and over, and so much so that the member from Northside, the Minister for Agriculture, even said, well, we should include crabs on that because they're doing the same thing to crabs. They're not giving the crabs time to get big, to spawn, or anything. Once you are on a work permit, are you living here and you're not a Caymanian, you have to go and get a license. It can be worked out like how they have it in Florida where any fishing shop you can buy it at. It's not very much, but we have to price it the way we want to price it that it will make it so that people are not going to go out there and set rules in place, the size of the fish. There's a Catch the Culture is a program that was started by a young lady. She brought it to caucus. Everyone saw it and liked it. In that, young children at primary school level were taught about putting their line, how to tie their lines, respecting zones, what size fish they should keep. The Coast Guard even got on board and liked the program. These are things where we have to push and encourage, because the financial industry, which is big for us, can jump and go anytime. But we can't go anywhere, so we have to make sure that that water out there stays for tourism and it stays for us. So we have to make sure we put something in place to stop what's going on. Mr. Speaker, seeing the fact that we are pushing for time, I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say, but this is something that I felt, and speaking to a lot of Caymanians, felt that it was something that is needed. So thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Minister for Wellness, I can always remember that one. Border Control, Sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give contribution on the private member's motion. Proposed by the elected member from West Bay North and seconded by elected member from Bordentown West. This motion, Mr. Speaker, calls for government to consider amending the necessary acts and regulation to require all work permit holders in the Cayman Islands to obtain a license to allow them to fish in the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start off by providing some background on this topic. Over the years, elected members of the Cayman Islands government and the wider community have raised concerns that non-Caymanians are competing with Caymanians for access to marine life from the shore and within the reef. It has also been reported that some persons are using destructive and illegal fishing practices, such as over-harvesting and taking fish below the minimum size limit. As my colleagues have put it, un-Caymanian fishing practices are taking place, and this is unacceptable to the government. Mr. Speaker, various proposals for implementing fishing restrictions for non-Caymanians have therefore been put forward by Cabinet's consideration over the years and are being put forward again by the Minister of Sustainability, Climate Resiliency and Wellness, which I will soon address. In 2003, under the then Marine Conservation Law, regulations were passed that established a non-Caymanian fishing license. Unless in possession of a license, it became an offense for persons who did not possess Caymanian status or who had a work permit to take any marine life while on shore or while in any part of the Cayman waters in which one could stand. This requirement did not apply to those same persons that were fishing from boats or catch and release fishing, creating a legal loophole and practical enforcement challenge. In 2013, the National Conservation Act was unanimously passed by Parliament and repealed the Marine Conservation Law. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that it is past time that restrictions are put back in place and enhanced to protect our vulnerable marine life and our fishing heritage and traditions that Caymanians take great pride in. The Ministry, the Department of Environment, and the National Conservation Council have developed a strong proposal that prioritizes Caymanians by restricting the take of marine life by non-Caymanians. To be specific, Mr. Speaker, this proposal would prohibit non-Caymanians from catching and keeping reef fish while fishing in the near shore, and would also go a further step to prohibit non-Caymanians from taking our scarce conch, lobster, and wilt resources. A fishing permitting system is proposed to be established. A near-shore game fish permit that would allow for catch and release, fishing of permit, tarpon, bonefish by way of rod and reel only, without live bait and only in water less than 150 feet deep, and pelagic fishing permit that would allow for catch and keep of certain pelagic fish species, and catch and release of certain billfish species in more than 150 feet deep. Only non-Caymanians would be required to apply for these permits. These proposed measures aim to protect fishing for Caymanians while continuing to support the growth of local businesses and tourism, the tourism industry. The proposal indeed requires legislative reform, as my colleagues have suggested, including for penalties under both conservation and immigration legislation. The realization of this proposal will require significant collaboration between the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency and Wellness, the Department of Environment, the Ministry of Border Control and Labor, and the Department of Customs and Border Control, Department of Workforce Opportunities and Residency Cayman, also known as WORK. Additional funding will also be required to implement and enforce the proposed permitting system. The Department of Environment will require additional budget to cover the necessary increase in staff, such as conservation officers, in order to properly monitor and administer these new restrictions, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry has had preliminary consultation with the Attorney General Chambers on legislative reforms that are needed, and I will be bringing this paper to my colleagues for consideration in short order. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I wanted to note that there are currently almost 55% of the total population of the Cayman Islands is non-Caymanian, including permanent residents, according to the Spring 2024 Labor Force Survey. Everybody wants to come to Cayman as the population of our island continues to grow. Due to immigration, the pressures on our marine resources will continue to intensify. The health of our marine ecosystem will continue to be threatened, and the heritage and tradition of fishing in the Cayman Islands, as Caymanians know it, will be a thing of the past. I am proud to say that the Ministry and the Department of Environment are working diligently on this issue to ensure Caymanians of today and tomorrow will be able to enjoy these fishing traditions as we did when we were children. I look forward to sharing more information on this proposal with the wider community in due course. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to respond to this private member's motion. God bless.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to give a few short comments on this motion for work permit holders to obtain a license to fish. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's anyone in this Parliament that will disagree that something has to be done. I just want to raise some points that I think will need to be considered in doing this. My first and foremost, if it's only work permit holders or expatriates, I assume, non-Caymanians, that have to get a license, how will the enforcement officer, if we can get enforcement, because I'm coming up to that later on, but how will the enforcement officer know who is Caymanian from who's not Caymanian? Some are blatantly obvious, but in today's Cayman, it's much harder to figure out who is a Caymanian from who's not a Caymanian. And if enforcement officers, knowing the nature of the enforcement officers, if they are constantly running into insulting people that are not Caymanians or...
Honourable Leader.
Sir?
If I may clarify something which might help. The resolution calls for government to consider amending the necessary acts and regulations to require all work permit holders to obtain a license. So, based on that, persons who are permanent residents and other visitors would not require a license. So I say that because if you're a work permit holder, it should be relatively easy to determine that. But if you go wider than that, then yeah.
I don't know, sir. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, sorry. I don't know. It's not like they're walking around with like everybody wears a bright orange suit or something like that to say that they're on a work permit. Unless you're going to give every work permit holder a license. So I'm not trying to be critical. I'm actually just raising like how do you enforce this? As the member for West Bay North, the move of the motion said earlier, he has witnessed in Florida where persons who want to fish have to get permits. And in fact, in Florida, I know that it even depends on what you're going to go. You can't just get a license to catch everything. If you're going to go get stone crab, you have to have a license to catch stone crab. If you are going to go for lobster, you have to get a permit to go and get lobster. If you're going for conch, you have to have a permit for conch. So it varies, but what they do is that they make access to the permits very easy, and they have an effective enforcement team. So more than likely when you go fishing, someone will come and check for your license, and you have no excuse at that point because it's very easy to get the licenses. You can get them at any fishing shop, you can get it at a charter company, etc., etc. So I don't know if it's going to be as effective as we would like it to be if we say just work permit holders. Because again, to take it even further, Mr. Speaker, to your point, how do you differentiate between a work permit holder and a PR? That's a day's difference. Today I'm a work permit holder, tomorrow I get my PR, the day later I'm a PR holder. How do you tell the difference between me today and me 2 days later with my PR? National ID is one way, but at the moment we really don't have a way. In fact, our own Caymanians have to go to immigration to confirm they're Caymanian. How is an enforcement officer going to say who's a Caymanian and who's not? And then, to take it further, I assume that I don't know if tourists are exempted, but they shouldn't be, because most of them coming here and we don't want to jeopardize those who make a living from fly fishing, which is a big thing here now. Cayman is one of the few places that you can catch the big three in one day. I think that being tarpon, bonefish, and permit. One of the few places you can go and catch all three, not just catch all three, but catch all three in the same day, if you're lucky. And that is what every fly fisherman is seeking. And Cayman is one of the few places you can do that. The Cayman Islands, I should say, one of the few places you can do that. But those persons are also, and they're paying $150 a half day for a guide. So a $10 or $5 permit doesn't matter to them, and they're accustomed to doing that in all of the other places they fish, especially if they know that the fees are going towards enforcement or preservation, or by extension, preservation or conservation of the marine life. If we are going to, based on some of the comments I heard this evening, and we all know about it, that one of the major issues is a cultural difference. We know they catch small fish They know they eat angel fish, they eat pilot fish, they eat well, I don't mind the prop. Yeah, but the line might actually get to the bottom if it's less of them. But yeah, bleeding teeth. They take what we used to call sea cow or sea slug or sea suck. Anything they wilks, anything they can get their hands on, because it's a cultural difference. So I would recommend that if we are going to go down that road, that when you get the license, you actually have to sit and watch a video. There has to be an educational aspect to it. But we also have to make it easy for people to get it. Whether it's at all of the fishing store, the different marinas and tackle shops, even at the charter companies, if they have an office, sit and watch a 10-minute video, little screen, headphones, whatever. Make it easy, but there has to be an educational aspect to it as well. Mr. Speaker, the same goes, I guess, for the deep sea charter companies. You can put the onus on them to do the licenses. The captains will all be licensed, and they should have a license to obviously have a license to operate a charter fishing outfit, so they would understand and they would have the education as well. Mr. Speaker, you also have to put a restriction on the number of persons per boat, because I do know that there are fishing charters amongst some nationalities that, just like how we pay our good hard-earned money to get on a party boat to go out, pile up on a party boat to go out on a Sunday, they pool their money together to charter one of those big party boats and they go fishing. So you're talking about 30, 40 of them fishing in one boat. So they do charter fishing boats, but it's inside the sound. It's small fish they're fishing for. So we have to consider not just license, but number of persons per boat. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, as the Minister for Sustainability and Environment said, it all comes down to enforcement. If we're having trouble now enforcing the marine parks we have, I know we have had the ongoing battle of trying to identify who is responsible for enforcing the WIS licenses, the one licensing regime we have in the country, and it is always a battle about who is responsible for enforcing it, and where would the funds come from to pay for the enforcement. There's a battle about moratoriums in it and not moratoriums in it, and how many people have and who don't have. So I just say all of that because I think we have to do something. I agree 100% that we have to do something. But let's not make haste and waste. Let's not just go throw together some sort of program that will never see the light of day or is unenforceable or just isn't practical. And at the same time, let's not put together a program that doesn't go far enough. So with those few words, I think something has to be done, and it's encouraging to have the discussion. I don't think there's a person, a Caymanian out there, that will not agree. But I just hope that we can consider those few points that I raised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be short. Just to give context, obviously the government, through the Honourable Minister, has indicated our plans, which have actually been in works for quite some time, and the intention is to have something solid and effective between now and the dissolve of this Honourable House. I recognize that the Leader of Opposition did highlight the national ID, which is now under the remit of my ministry and can be a facilitator to the enforcement element. which we recognize that the national ID will take some time, but the solution overall will take time. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of Opposition is 100% right that enforcement is going to probably be the most difficult part of this because of our melting pot approach that we have here in the Cayman Islands. And it's not like how it used to be where we can tell who was Caymanian and who wasn't. So it would be a challenge. But I dare say that bringing in penalties for persons not being allowed to do something without a license is going to create enough fear factor, in my humble opinion, for people not to want to do it. And the truth is that many of these persons who violate our environment now are well aware that there's nothing in the law that stops them. I recall actually watching a video where somebody caught them, a Caymanian who was trying to preserve their environment, and recorded the conversation. And the person said in a very funny language, "Well, nothing in the law is stopping me from doing this." So they well know what they do. And they know that there's no deterrent. But as this motion is indicating persons who are on work permit, they are well aware that if they break the law, if we put in the necessary changes to say that it's an automatic refusal of their work permit and they have to leave the country, that loss of economic opportunity could be enough of a deterrent for them not to do it. Because we have to think about what any society does in order to prevent somebody from not doing something. So sometimes it's a simple fear, oh my God, God forbid somebody caught me taking a candy. Just the embarrassment alone is enough to scare them. Another person would be like, well, I'm not business about the embarrassment. How much are you going to charge me for a fee? And then some people say, I'm not business about a fee. What would scare me would be the jail sentence. So different crimes or violations have different fear factors. And I think that if we were to put in the right fear factor in there, we may not need as much enforcement. Just the fear alone involved of being caught with it, the loss of economic opportunity and deportation would be enough. While we continue to work on other ways for the enforcement agencies to be able to deliver the service of enforcement. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Tourism, I am too concerned of our diminishing environment and the wildlife in it, because it's a major factor for why people come to the Cayman Islands. So a position like this will definitely help restore our product to what many people come here for. I also want to highlight, Mr. Speaker, that under the immigration requirements now, there is a level of obligation by law that anybody who works here has the economic means to provide for themselves, not by the land, but by job opportunity. So they should not be reaping free benefits of the land. And it reminds me, Mr. Speaker, that we got to go past just the marine environment. We need to go all over, because one of the disturbing things for me is that Caymanians are very kind people, you know. Very, very kind people. And I remember one day I had some papaw trees in my front yard. And I, sitting in my living room and watched a particular nationality walk into my front yard, pick a papaw, and just walked off. Now, the truth is, Mr. Speaker, I thought it was one of those more luscious papaws. Somebody told me there was one of those long ones, and that being one of them wild papaws that you can get anyway. So I wasn't really paying any attention to the papaw tree, and I wasn't intending to go at it because they were kind of small. But the audacity of some of these people who come here, they Same thing happened to my neighbor. Got her a coconut tree, and I'm outside having a little bit of oxygen as I usually do, and watch somebody just walk up to her coconut tree, pick her coconuts, and left. And when she came home, she came back over to Miss Ken, you got one of the coconuts them? I said, Miss, I don't know, and I'm touching your stuff. And the last instance was just on Monday, right by the new wonderful road that the good minister has just recently created by Linford Pearson, that big old roundabout. I live close to Triple C, coming out there. And they pull off the side of the road on the inside of the roundabout. This is a tree lean roundabout. They pulled off on the side of the road to go pick the wild pawpaws. And I had to say, Anna, crazy. Not only are you taking something off a land that you have that you don't own, but you almost caused me to crash into you. And this is the type of approach that we're having here, because in Cayman, what we grew up on is all you do is be respectful. If you see something in somebody's yard, if a person got a mango trees, I bet you if you knock on a Caymanian door and say, Miss, good evening, sir, good evening, ma'am, do you mind, I see your breadfruit or your mango tree bearing, because they know they can't eat all of them. And they'd be happy. They say, young man, go ahead, pick some. And you know what, bring me half and you take half for yourself. That's how we are. But they didn't even have the decency to ask. And this is why we're at this stage now where we have to consider some of these things. And I tell you the truth, Mr. Speaker, regardless of how hard it is to enforce, I can't wait till they enforce it, because I'm going to become an enforcement officer myself. Trust me, I can't wait. I would love nothing better than on the headlines to say, work permit holder prosecuted and deported for taking from our marine environment, because only then will they listen. We respect, we understand that when you bring up a grunt, if the grunt too small, you put the grunt back, because that grunt will have another grunt and we can have one. But if we do not stop this now, it won't be nothing left. And I'm proud of the member for West Bay for bringing this West Bay North, because this should have been in place 50 years ago when things were good. And we could still be catching groupers now. That's correct. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this area not only goes into, that we can expand the thinking of this while we're doing our analysis, which I know the Honorable Minister is working closely with his ministry support team to have something ready for us to approve in Cabinet very shortly, that we can take that as a template to take it into agriculture as well. Because I know my Caymanian people are sick and tired of people stealing their stuff, stealing their fruits. You know what it's like, Mr. Speaker? I was trying to grow some sweet sops, and I'm not a farmer like you. I good at flowers. My mother taught me about flowers, but I'm not really good at fruits. And where I live, I grew up a fill-in land, so the soil not so good. So I did so well. I potted out my sweet sop. It grew good. And you know when you want to get the bear of the first fruit in it, you're waiting, you're watching it for months, you know, for it to bear. And then for somebody to come inside your yard and pick your first crop. Caymanians don't like that. And this is why we're at now. And if you just wait and you be kind and you be nice to our people, we would offer it to you because that's who we are. And I want to send a message, and I'm going to look directly into the camera. Those who come to my country, who want to be a part of my community, you have to respect our way of life. Otherwise, we're going to deport you. Mr. Speaker, that is my contribution. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member from West Bay Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I rise today to support the motion that the member for West Bay North has tabled. And as I was reading the resolves and then listening to the Honorable Deputy Premier indicating that this is something the government is working on, happy to hear that the government is continuing to pursue this issue, as this was a matter that I have to give credit to the Honorable Minister of Planning, who made sure to continue to pursue this matter while I was the minister, and the DOE team did come in and make a presentation to caucus. There were a lot of nuances that we were trying to navigate through to give the DOE team a steer on what type of policy was going to be created. And the biggest concern and issue was the enforcement issue. One, as the Leader of the Opposition mentioned, if you didn't just single out work permit holders and you had everyone requesting a permit. So these were different areas that we were considering, as well as the work permit holders being required to apply for a permit. And one of the things that had been discussed was the fact that we no longer issue IDs to work permit holders, which again, there was a number of discussions going around about the ID, the national ID, and so forth. So I'm happy to hear that we're getting to a place of determining that the easiest way to address the matter is to require the work permit holders to apply for a permit. And I can only imagine that the concern raised while I was minister will remain, and that is the fact that we will have to have additional personnel for DOE in order to have adequate enforcement. But I'm sure that that is something that the minister and his team have been discussing, and I will sit now having shared my support for this motion. I thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Minister for Youth.
Oh yeah. Mr. Speaker, I also too stand to show my support to this private member's motion number 7 of 2024 and 25. Although some members of this House don't want to believe that I came from an extended fishing family, sir. And while I don't fish because of seasickness and stuff, I didn't say I couldn't fish. I didn't say I couldn't fish. But yes, did a lot of chumming in my days. Did a lot of chumming.
No sea legs.
Yeah. But the many weekends that I spent going fishing with my father, reluctantly I must say, he taught me a lot of things about fishing. And a lot of that was being sustainable long before that word became a cliche. Before it became a buzzword with those who suddenly just appear out of nowhere. But like my colleague Minister for Tourism expressed earlier, if the grunt were too small, he said, boy, throw that back. You don't see that small? I remember the very first one I caught. Couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 inches, I throw it back. Anyway, but those life lessons that I learned while sitting in that boat, head over the boat, can't hardly stand up, I realized that from back then, or for parents, did understand what it meant to ensure that we had a sustainable supply of fish. So those that just showed up lately and tried to tell us that all these things, nah, we knew that from a long time, sir. But the video that my colleague also referred to was very disheartening. And I'm just going to differ with him just a little bit, because I don't think you can actually legally take bleeding teeth, if I'm correct. You can't take those. So what they were doing, they were breaking the law by doing that. Yeah. But because of what has happened over the last several years, it has caused us to lose some of our culture. And I mention it tongue-in-cheek just now, but it's quite a serious issue because a lot of the fishermen from East End have mentioned it to me that they can't even go and catch a grouper. And I want them to ensure that we can at least, when we amended legislation, at least at certain points of the time, even if you have to give a license for that to Caymanians, for them to catch groupers at a certain time and limit it, it still shows our way of life and our heritage, right? So that's one of the things I am going to be supporting in any amendments going forward. At the time that we need catch them. At the time that we can catch them, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this, especially with any amendments that comes to ensure that we have the necessary enforcement for the laws that we're going to be putting in place. Thank you so much.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member for Newlands.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to indicate my support for the motion. I think it's clear that no member of this House doesn't support it. The issues are real. But, Mr. Speaker, the problem with the challenge that we have always faced in trying to deal with this issue is, as the member for Georgetown North indicated, the problem with enforcement. And I did think that the national ID system, which is in the process of implementation, was an excellent way of addressing it, except that for that to be fully effective, it would have to be a mandatory national ID system, because we don't have any other system that's mandatory. We don't have any other requirement for work permit holders, for example, to carry IDs. So that is going to be the biggest challenge with in the implementation of a license requirement for work permit holders. Mr. Speaker, there are more work permit holders on this island today now, I think, than the Caymanian population. So the chances are enforcement officers, whether it's the Coast Guard or whether it's the DOE, perhaps even the police, if the Marine, sorry, not the police, Coast Guard and DOE, when they approach someone who is fishing and they say, can you confirm whether you have a fishing license? They're going to say, no, I don't need one, I'm a Caymanian. And we're not going to have any easy way of working out whether they're telling the truth or not. The Honourable Deputy Premier noted that there are some who will be too afraid to break the law, but the reality is we know that there are many who are breaking the law today. No, I'm talking about things like bleeding teeth. We all know that they're, you're not supposed to be taking the what we call it, beef, what? Sea beef. The chitons, those long, those round, elongated ones. They're picking them off the rocks too, just along with the wilks, baby wilks and stuff, and they're going with the bleeding teeth, and pretty soon you'll not be able to find no periwinkle nowhere either. But this is just cultural differences. They utilize marine resources in different ways. I would bet you there are people who are going out taking sea eggs and consuming those. We also know that in the past, prior to making the take of sharks and stingrays illegal, that was happening as well. People were catching sharks and consuming them, catching stingrays and consuming them. So if we have a law that says you can't take this species and this species, that's fine, because that applies to everybody. But just, fishing on a license, it's difficult it's going to be very difficult to enforce it. I wish there was an easy way. As I said, the national ID being mandatory would be an excellent way to resolve a lot of our challenges that we have. But there are concerns around that. I personally don't necessarily share them, but they're no less legitimate, I guess. What I would like to ask is, if the government does move forward with some version of this, whether it's has enforcement challenges or not, I would like to advocate on behalf of many of our Caymanians who do guiding, not just fishing with, charter boats and stuff. They do guide. They guide people. The member from Georgetown North mentioned it. We have quite a number of young Caymanians that are engaged in that. They guide. They pursue bonefish in particular, permit, tarpon, and those are the typical kinds of sport fish that people go all over the world to pursue, and it's a good living for them. These young people in particular are very, very committed to that. They do an excellent job. They provide excellent service to the kinds of tourists that we want here, that will come back. They practice a sustainable approach. They use barbless hooks. They use circle hooks. The fish aren't damaged. It's easy to release them. And it's sport fishing. It's a fine form of sport fishing. So one of the things that would really help them and help that area of industry in sport fishing is to prohibit the take of things like bonefish, tarpon, and permit. Those are the typical types of sport fish that people who like to fly fish, or they use spin fishing rods in shallow water. Those are the typical types of species that they're after. And those species are not typical table fare in Cayman. I mean, you might get some argument about permit, but to be honest, that is not a species that features significantly. Huh? Well, I'd like to see snook protected as well, to be perfectly honest, because there's not a lot of them. They are another sport species. Mullet are things that are caught by net. So it would be, I'm not certain, I can't remember whether they have similar take restrictions as, for example, sprats. If not, it would be a good idea to deal with that as well, because there's a heck of a lot less mullet left out there than there are sprats. So those are particular areas that I think, if the government wants to move forward with that, certainly I would support it, and I know there are a number of young Caymanians who make a living from this, who absolutely love what they do, and they feel very strongly that these particular species of tarpon, permit, and bonefish, and happy to add snook to it, those are sport fish species that, draw a lot of people here. And as the member from Georgetown North mentioned, the leader unrelated opposition, let me put it that way. People travel all over the world and spend a lot of money to come and fish in a safe environment, in a productive environment. And people who do that here, they rave about it. You know, it's not just Grand Cayman, it's obviously in the sister islands as well. But it's often done in areas where there are flats, where there are grass flats, mud flats, hard pan bottom flats. And it's important that we look at those particular species in order to restrict their take or prohibit their take and just list them as a sport fish. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute in support of this motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Planning and many other things.
I'm not going to take long, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to hold everybody up tonight. Mr. Speaker, I think just about everybody had added to the contribution. I thank the member for West Bay North for bringing this up to the forefront. I know this is something that has been a pet peeve of mine for quite some time. And I know the former member from West Bay Central was working on this just before.
I think she's still the current member for West Bay Central.
Oh, sorry, the current member, sorry, my apologies. Sorry. I meant to say the former member of the ministry. Do apologize for that. Mr. Speaker, it has been, I listened to a lot of it from everybody, and I talk about the education part of it, the enforcement part of it. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we can overthink things and, you know, and come up with a lot of things why we shouldn't do it, and we come up with a lot of roadblocks. And I don't find the enforcement part of it that hard. Mr. Speaker, there's ways that we can get it done, we just need to get it done. The longer we sit and we talk about it, the worse the situation gets. Mr. Speaker, it is very easy. I know at one point in time we had actually spoken to the immigration, Mr. Wesley Howell, about actually having the work permit holders issue back an ID so that they could be identified. And that was very easy, so that could be implemented very quickly and could have been probably done before this legislation was ever even, or the regs was completed. He just needed the okay, and that's something we could put back. So we could have started there. Or, Mr. Speaker, maybe it's something that we just needed to add to our driver's license and just put on it maybe who's a Caymanian on it, or put on the work permit holders on the driver. I don't know. But there's a couple of solutions out there. But, Mr. Speaker, if there's an enforcement side of it, no matter when that enforcement officer goes out there, if he finds a Caymanian with the size over the catch limit or the size limit is too small, then he needs to charge them too. So that Caymanian needs to identify himself somehow of that he's a Caymanian, and when he also takes the work permit holder, he'll identify the work permit holder that that's a work permit holder at the same time. Mr. Speaker, I have to agree with the Deputy Premier that the fines have to be very strict to be able to enforce these, because we need to deteriorate people from actually breaking the law and make them. Mr. Speaker, I would settle for not less than everybody that is found breaking the marine law needs to be deported back home. Lose your work permit, go back home. If we want to take this very serious, we need to be tough on the penalties that we're going to do. Mr. Speaker, I can remember on Sundays and Saturday mornings when I drive through my constituency, nearly every single Bay Road has somebody fishing in it. I remember one Bay Road one day that I went into about 9 o'clock that morning. There was 15 individuals lined up along the shore. They looked like little sticks all along the reef out there. And I saw it from a distance, and that's what made me drive up to there, because I said, well, what is this stand up on the reef out there today? And when I got up there, that was over 15 individuals up there just casting their line and fishing. And then you had them that had their sprat net too, because they were looking to sprats. I'm not going to get into... welcome to the north side. But you shall do as we do and leave. And respect the north side and respect the people up there. Mr. Speaker, every person, when we were growing up, we knew better. We didn't have to bring it home. We knew better that we had to let it go. We knew what the consequences were if we caught something too small. We knew when we saw that, during the seasons, when seasons were closed, we weren't supposed to take this and we weren't supposed to take that. Mr. Speaker, and that's why Member for West Bay North talked about crabs. Yes, I agree that the crabs should be added to it. Mr. Speaker, because I see more work permit holders on the side of the road looking at crabs, and not only that, they're catching the spawned ones too, and they're taking the hose and just washing the spawn off of them. So that too needs to be protected from them. Mr. Speaker, it is high time that we do something, and I know we've been working on this for quite some time, and I know we should almost be there. Almost there. Yes, we know it's going to take more enforcement, but the police needs to play their role, part of it also. Not just the marine enforcement, not just the customs, because a lot of times these individuals will be walking along the side of the road with a bucket and got the fish right in there, and the police will cross them by. Right? So they need to play their role into it. Mr. Speaker, I agree with pretty much just about everything that everybody talked about here. When he talked about the educational side of it, yes, there has to be an educational side of it. Yes, there should be always some kind of ads running. We can't, as Caymanians, can't go to Florida, as Minister from West Bay North said, and just go in fishing. We have to get a license. We want to go there fishing. So why can't they come over and get it? And I'm not about making the license easier either. I think the license needs to be very expensive if you want to fish it. If you don't want to buy the license, then you go down to the waterfront or you go to one of the docks and you buy the fish from the Caymanians that go out there. Well, easy to access, I agree with you. But the fee for the license should be very high. No, I'm not going to say what price it should be, because I'll leave that to decide with the minister, decide what price he's going to think it is, and then I'll put my speech to that. But, Mr. Speaker, I've seen too much of it. I've seen them, and everybody list off all of the stuff. You see them on the iron shores with a hammer, just knocking off everything off of the iron shore that they can get. Anything that moves on iron shore now, they're gone with. As long as it has life in it, it's gone. Don't care what it is. Mr. Speaker, I see them now catching the fries, and they use the fries and they roll them in a little net, and so that's how they take the scale off them, and then they mix them with rice and fry it with rice, or mix them with flour and fry them up like that. And nowadays, I can't tell last time I see a school of fries anyway. They're gone. Same thing with the sprats. You have individuals that drive up and down every single week in Northside just looking for where they can find the sprats. And God knows who teach them to throw, but let me tell you something. I see some of them online there. If you ever get some of them that come in to throw net, then it'll be done, because they can wipe out a school in one throw. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, we need to do something. And I'm happy that we're having this discussion here tonight to be able to move this forward right to the end of the goalpost so we can set this up. I thank everybody. I thank the member for West Bay North. I thank the member for Bordentown East for continuing to pick up the baton and running with it to the end. I thank the member for West Bay Central for continuing to move it forward. I know me and her have had several discussions over a period of time about it, back and forth, trying to get this to here, because it's something that we've seen have been happening too much. We need to protect what we have. We're always easy to put something against a Caymanian, to stop a Caymanian from doing something. But we know we're to stop some other one, we'll come up with all kinds of solutions and roadblocks. So Speaker, we just need to get rid of all the roadblocks. Let us get it in play. Nothing is perfect. We'll have to come back and maybe add and continue to add until we get something good, but we need to start somewhere. I thank you all, and have a good night.
Does any other member wish to speak? The member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's right to make a brief contribution on this motion. I didn't plan on speaking on it, but after listening to the Honorable Deputy Premier, he touched on something that actually caught my attention, and I think it's one of the things that we also need to look at, if we're going to be brutally honest, in that we do have people that are here on work permit that in some cases have no jobs. People take out work permit for them and have nothing to do. And as a result, they look at, I guess, feeding themselves in different ways. And I think at a minimum, there are two things that brings to attention. Is either A, if someone is here on a work permit and they are unable to take care of themselves, then that issue needs to be dealt with separately. But when you look at the issue of overfishing, it has actually become a global problem in many countries. And if you look at the US, every single state in the US, all 50 of them, requires a license to fish, even for their own residents. In the UK, they also have license to fish for particular fishes that you're looking to catch and so forth. So this is not something new. And I think it's important for people to recognize that as Cayman develops, and again, as I said in our previous debate, when your population increases by 25% in 3 years, and you look at the forecast, which will be by over 30% in the next 5 years, which I also think is a bit conservative, we need to start looking at our natural resources. And just as though we sit down and we look at the environment in many different aspects, the marine environment is one that we always have to look at. Now, I think we've reached a point now where it has become a dangerous issue right now. I have heard many people complain about being able to even catch fishes and so forth and all the different stuff. So it is something that is needed. But as a member for the Honorable Leader of the Opposition said, enforcement will become an issue. But we can't talk about being serious about the environment and then when the time comes to enforce it, not take it seriously too. Because this is also a way of life for some people in terms of feeding their families and everything else. So it is something, and I just want to thank the member for West Bay North for bringing it. I remember he and I discussed it when he talked about doing it, and he wanted to make sure that the tourist industry was protected, the dive boat operators were protected, and Caymanians, more important, was also protected from that standpoint. I mean, let us be honest, we know the group of people that is doing this, and it's very easy to some extent to start dealing with that, and I think the proper authorities need to go down and have a meeting with the leadership within that particular group and have that kind of conversation with them. But when you do the research and you realize many of the people that are coming from work permits here are also coming from countries where there is a cultural issue already of overfishing. And you can do a quick Google search and directly see in many of these countries where overfishing is already a problem and that practice has been brought here. And at the end of the day, as the Honorable Minister from Northside said, welcome, but do as we do. our marine environment is very important to us. And if there's any doubt, it's right up there. He had founded it up on the seas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, then I'll invite the honorable mover of the motion to exercise his right of reply.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking the member from Bordentown West for being so kind as to second my motion. Secondly, to the Madam Premier, to you and your government for accepting it. And there's a few things very short to wrap up. But I'm going to start off with an analogy. It's a story that I'm sure the Deputy Governor will remember. The Honorable Kurt T. Tibbetts, whatever it is, put me on an immigration board. And after sitting on the board for 3 months, one day I got up and I walked down to the head of immigration, who was the Deputy Governor at the time, and I apologized. I walked over to Mrs. Dulce Powry and I apologized to her office. And Liz Walton was sitting on the board with me. I apologized. Why did I apologize? The analogy used, Mr. Speaker, is that if on a Monday morning you're sitting having a coffee and you look through your window and you see Bernie kick down your garbage can. All right. Tuesday morning you're having coffee and you hear the noise, you look, it's Bernie again. Wednesday morning, same thing. Thursday morning, same thing. Friday. Saturday morning you sleep in, but when you wake up and you see a garbage can kicked over, you're going to say it's Bernie. Because you saw me do it 5 days. Sitting on the immigration board, I learned that a lot of good people get burnt or get stuck with certain things because you had another 100 people before them doing the wrong thing. And that's why I went and apologized, because whenever I would go to him, Ms. Dulce or Liz, to try to help someone, sometimes they would say no. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, in my mind, boy, you all are cold-hearted people. But then when you sit on that seat, then you found out for yourself why they had to do what they had to do. And this is a case where we have to do what we have to do. It's time for Caymanians to stop apologizing for doing something right in their own country, for their own people. It's time we have to stop. And we have to stop, and I'm glad the Minister of Agriculture said this. We seem to always dwell on what we can't do or what could be hard to do. That's why he's built his reputation. Since he's been a minister, he go get things done. And he has a chief officer who works with him to get things done. I'm glad that the Minister of Agriculture said just now that to say to the Minister for Sustainability, let us look at a way of including crabs on it as well. Because I know, as a young lad, if I carried home a crab, a spawning crab or a lobster, everything, I got beat. You couldn't do that. That was sacrilege. And don't use the word deportation. It's simple, you lose your work permit, which means you have to go home anyway. Yes, you don't have to use something that sounds so radical. To the Minister, to the Deputy Premier, I don't know what kind of mongrels you got in your yard, but I can give you a good Rottweiler that nobody can't pick nothing off your tree, sir. Also, we have to start to look at many things when we talk about what's going on. We have to also start. There's a lot of other things that we have to. The laws are there, I believe. Cleanliness. Cleanliness. I listened to the member from Savannah and the Minister for Tourism with their cleanup thing that they have worked on for so long. There's a lot of things that people are coming here and they're pushing over what we grew up doing and had to do. Now, the government is also asking the public for feedback on the 5 fish that the former premier mentioned: bonefish, tarpon, snook, mullet, and a permit. Now, he must make people know that permit is not a work permit, you know. You mustn't, people might get confused. But on the enforcement side, there's a lot of young Caymanians that they're trying to do something on the water top right now. If you just give them a stipend or something, that when they pay attention, you could take a lot of it easy. And when you tell them what it's all about, to try to protect what they're trying to, they will help. There's a lot of sensible young people. Last but not least, the problem about identification is very simple. You say to us Caymanians who like to fishing, and there's going to be some who have picked up the ways from overseas that every time you tell them something, they got to have something to complain about. Oh, you're making Caymanians go through this and go through that. You say to them, the reason we want you, we're going to give you a license. You don't have to charge them. Give them a license that they'll have. You keep that with you all the time. So if somebody come up to you and said, here you go, I got a license. I'm a Caymanian. End of story, end of argument. All of the other stuff about the amount of people on the boats, all that stuff, I'm sure the Minister for Sustainability will look at the Hansard and get the notes that everyone, all of what everyone, the suggestions, and they were all good suggestions. The only thing is like what the Minister for Agriculture said, we must stop saying this is going to be hard or this is a problem. To the opposition, thank you all very much. And to all those who are supporting this, Mr. Speaker, thank you all very much. And I'm sure there's a lot of happy Caymanians that will now be known that it's not that far off. Thank you.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers amending the necessary acts and regulations to require all work permit holders in the Cayman Islands to obtain a license to allow them to fish in the Cayman Islands. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Private members' motion number 7 of 2024-2025, motion for work permit holders to obtain a license to fish, is passed.
Private Minister's motion number 8 of 2025, motion to limit the grant of Caymanian status except by descent or marriage, to be moved by the elected member for West Bay North.
I recognize the elected member for West Bay North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to move the private member's motion number 8 of 2024-2025, listed in my name. Whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009, the Cayman Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country with an immigration system that protects Caymanians, gives security to long-term residents, and welcomes legitimate visitors and workers. And whereas the Cayman Constitution affirms our commitment to being a country that manages growth and maintains prosperity while protecting its social and natural environment. And whereas there is much concern amongst Caymanians with regard to the number of grants of Caymanian status to persons who are not descendants of Caymanians or married to Caymanians. Be it therefore resolved that the government consider amending the necessary acts and regulations to limit the number of grants of Cayman status to no more than 30 per calendar year to persons who are not descendants of Caymanians or persons who are not married to Caymanians.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Does the honourable mover wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion for the government to consider may seem extreme to some, but I want this House and the country to realize there are two sectors to immigration. One is labor, which we also need to make sure that we put our feet down and say, yes, you can get a work permit, but it will only be for a period of time. It seems that there's a feeling, or maybe that maybe our guest workers or work permit holders, as they are known, are being told that once they come to Cayman here to work, they're entitled to stay. I've heard this, I've seen this, and you listen to them talk. They're entitled to get paid for their services. They're entitled to be treated humane. All of the things that go along with it. But our birthright, they should not be entitled to. It has gone on for too long. But that's a topic for another time, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, that mindset is not only in the private sector, it's also in the public sector. The second part of immigration, which we are here today to address, is the ownership and control of our country. We need to know that our people can benefit from duty waivers, have the rights to vote, have the rights to health, and all the things that come along with it. This section of immigration affects our culture and our heritage. A perfect example may be something as simple as the Sunday trading law. It's not something that the majority of Caymanians want. This is the way, but a lot of people come and they feel, oh, this is the way it should be. No, that's the way it should be where you're from. One cap, and this is one thing that our mother country must learn. And a lot of people looking to get recognized for things, but I don't look for nothing except one cap does not fit all. What is good over there is not necessarily good for us. We need to know that this section of immigration affects our culture and our heritage. We have already overrun our dying population. The more we do this, is the more we lose our cultural norms. Very simple. Mr. Speaker, this was not the case before, as you and I, and a lot of us here went to the school, the Deputy Governor, the former Premier, all of us were in school around the same time. Who was in the school with us? English, Canadians, Europeans, Jamaicans, Barbadians. Every nationality that was here went to school with us. What happened? They absorbed our culture. They learned it from us. We were living it. And, Mr. Speaker, they enjoyed it. There's a lot of them that were not born here, but came here as 8, 9-year-olds. And now they're just as much Caymanian as those of us who were born and bred here. Mr. Speaker, I'm in no way trying to knock our new Caymanians. In fact, in 2023, I went to Carifta and Aruba with the swimming team, and I got the shock of my life. And I've told people this, there was nobody more anti-rugby and anti-swimming than me. All I saw was the white people, the foreigners. That's what I used to see. And I know how some of them used to behave. There was no hidden secret. Condescending, look down their nose. And some of the things that went on in the swim association in years past, I've got lists, I've got letters, I've got stuff stored for that. Still, I got suspended. Do you think my suspension as minister was the first suspension I got from government? That was 3. And every time I stood up for my people, so I'm good. I'm good with it. Mr. Speaker, I got the shock when I saw a little young 13-year-old tell a Trinidadian and a Jamaican who were talking while our East End queen, while the young lady from East End was getting one of her 8 or 9 medals, and he said to them, excuse me, our national song is playing. Please keep quiet and respect it. Now, how can a little 13-year-old boy stand up to these 2 big, tall fellas? And I was listening. I watched. I thought something was going to happen. It went down good. I didn't sit in the stands with the parents, or I sat amongst the swimmers. I started to talk to them, listen to them. I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, to hear some of them say things like, and I've heard The member from Bordentown West said this on a few occasions, who seems to be just as concerned about our immigration, what we're doing in immigration, is a lot of those new Caymanians. And the young people are saying, and they're asking, so what will you all be doing for us when we come back from school? What will there be here for us? And most of them are coming from good families. Families that have something behind their names, middle and up. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that we Caymanians have been a minority in our country a long time. When I would say things, they say, oh, you're trying to create us and them. Sad news, it's been them and us for a long time. And those who get to certain positions don't say nothing. They sit down because they're getting a piece of the pie. Mr. Speaker, we have to start to make sure we have to close the gate and get things under control. Mr. Speaker, I am not going to call out these figures. I'm going to wait for the member from Bordentown West, who's this figure special, but I have in case he don't do it, I have it back on my wrap-up. Mr. Speaker, it's ridiculous. And Mr. Speaker, it is concerning and it is worrying. Caymanians are just like the Cayman iguana. Not only extinct, we don't want to breed. When you check out the birth rate, look at it. We're not having enough. But years ago, there was a gentleman named Mr. Carl Gordon, who was head of the Immigration Board, and it was in the newspaper where he said, if all Caymanians have 5 children, we'll solve the immigration problem. And the whole country laughed and scoffed. He was right. Mr. Speaker, those young people are asking questions. And my colleagues, as I sat in caucus and cabinet, almost every week, this was a topic that I brought up while in caucus and cabinet. It's a concern. They tell me so, they told me so. Another concern, Mr. Speaker, is that our young people are saying there's nothing to come home to. That's a brain drain. We have young people who are bright, getting degrees, and not coming back home and can get a good job over there, but can't come back in their own country. Mr. Speaker, there was a case. I think it's the Wharton School or something, some big university, the business school. A Caymanian went to that school and graduated in the top 3 or 4, trying to get a job around the place and can't get a job. Sitting in one of the tea shops with myself, a man walked in and said, I know you. You graduated in the same year as me. I said, well, you're on vacation? No, he's here working. But our Caymanian who graduated higher than him couldn't get a job. Something is wrong. Mr. Speaker, when you look at all the things, Caymanians just want a chance. This lie that they have spread and actually make about Caymanians don't want to work. Caymanians are lazy. This is not so. I can go to any country and you can find some lazy people and some people who don't want to work. But because we're so small, and everyone knows everyone, you're the same 20 or 25 that don't want to do it. Not all of us. A lot of us are hard workers and we enjoy work. We don't run from it. But guess what? What we want in the workplace, Mr. Speaker, is to be respected, treated fairly, and we need to be paid the same as what you're paying other people. Mr. Speaker, they come here with international experience. You know that, and it happened to me. They brought a Trinidadian here, Mr. Speaker, as a sports director when I was recommended for the job, but they brought a Trinidadian with international experience. You know what his international experience was? Refereeing a match with Mexico against Honduras. That was his international experience. Hadn't left Trinidad before except go referee a match. And when myself and Andy Miles was given ideas, he said no, then he turned around and sent on an email and looked like his idea. Mr. Speaker, I've been there. I felt it. The young people want a chance in their own country. Mr. Speaker, the Cayman is unique in size, is unique in its population. We are unique. We are so unique, we now have to prove that we are Caymanians in our own country. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Following the rule, once again, I will say this, we have so many laws in Cayman, but they're never enforced. Or, the rollover is not for everybody, it's for a chosen few. Certain people don't have to worry about those things. And this is both in the private, once again, and in the public sectors, both sectors. It's the same old story I've been listening to for the last 30 years. My friend has to stay. My friend can stay because he's a good person, but your friend, they got to go. We have too much foreigners here. No, it should be the same for all. Other countries have said, you come here, you work for 6 or 7 years, you go and you come, you go, but that will be the break. You have to go. We have to stop allowing people to reach as far as getting the PR. Everybody says it behind the doors, but nobody wants to say it in public. Mr. Speaker, like I said, the seconder of the motion, I am 99% sure you'll get the figures. I have him here, but I'll leave that alone. He's much better at that. When you look at these figures, you will see where there is a need for us to stop giving away our birthrights, Mr. Speaker. It is time. It is time to stop. The American Indians were put on a reservation. Cayman don't have no reservation. The only thing we got is the head of Barcus, and I'm fighting for that, Mr. Speaker. That's the way we can put all the West Wales up on that tip. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to hear, I'm going to sit back and listen to this one and save some of that stuff for wrap-up if necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm going to make the observation that there are 45 minutes left to 7:30. Govern yourself accordingly. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I'll invite the honorable mover of the motion to wrap up the debate. It's rather late in the day to be playing these games, you know. I have half a mind to just wrap the debate up. Honorable member, don't worry. I know how you feel, but I can't get out of the chair. Members, can we move this along, please? Everybody's had every opportunity to speak.
Mr. Speaker. I want to say I'm very shocked and very surprised that something as big and important as this, that those that like to sometimes in here like to speak and like that, they would have spoken on something as important as this, in my humble opinion. But such is life. Mr. Speaker, I've got statistics here going from 2009 up to 2024. And under the last 4 years, it slowed down a little bit. And 1 year in particular was really good. It was only 64. It's gone back up this year just until October, 730.
Honorable member, it would help, I think, if you identified what you're speaking. I think
Okay,
you're
so
talking about grants of status.
Yeah, status grants from
Other than ones by marriage and descent.
No marriage, no descent.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
I think it's important you distinguish that.
Thank you,
because
Mr. Speaker.
Other people are not going to be able to follow what you're saying.
Grants of the rights to live in the greatest place in the world with the greatest people. Not, the figures I'm calling is not the governor and cabinet, grounds of descent, grounds of marriage, surviving spouse, none of those. This is just by going through the board and applying. And when you look at these figures, it is painful. All of what I said before, this is why I said it. But like I said, it's over, and just in the last 6, 8 years, close to 3,000. You wonder why our young people say there's nothing to come home to? Mr. Speaker, I am some people have said to me this was dangerous to bring this motion. It's not good. Like I said, I'm not creating an us and them. If you're a Caymanian and you've got one of these, you're one of us now. You can't be thinking as wherever you were born or whatever. If you've got your papers and you can vote in this country, you're a Caymanian, you have to think Caymanian. Very simple. Too many people who are living in this country, they're only Caymanian by convenience. And there's too many people who are contributing to politicians. They do not have the best of Cayman or Caymanians at heart. It's for their own personal pockets. So guess what, Mr. Speaker? Let it, I can't remember the saying, I'm sure yourself or the Honorable Premier or the member from Bordentown West will probably know it. There's some saying where it said that even if you do something like if you do the right thing, even if it's not liked, it's still the right thing to do. But this is the right thing to do. We have to slow this ship down and make Caymanians get on board. We have to put things in place. I remember when the member from Bordentown West, when he was head of border control, and the headline, 10,300 work permits being held up. Listen to me, I know Caymanians that got pay raise during that period because they had to use them, they wasn't getting no work permit. And I remember who stood with him. Mr. Speaker, like I said, I'm surprised that no one else spoke. I guess it's almost the same as sometimes when they don't want to vote. So I have put this out, and let us pray, and we'll see what will happen. But thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your guidance and your help. And to the members, thank you all.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers amending the necessary acts and regulations to limit the number of grants of Caymanian status to no more than 30 per calendar year to persons who are not descendants of Caymanians or persons who are not married to Caymanians. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Private members' motion number 8 of 2024-2025, entitled Motion to Limit the Grant of Caymanian Status except by Descent or Marriage, is hereby passed.
I was trying to get your attention in respect to calling for a division, Mr. Speaker.
Some things are better left alone, but it's your call. You're entitled to it if you want it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can we poll?
Honorable Juliana Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye, aye, aye.
Mr. Barney Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Doreen Seymour.
Honorable Member.
Aye.
Yes.
Honorable McKeever Bush. Absent. Honorable Joseph Hugh.
Plan. Aye.
Ms. Barbara Connolly. Absent. Mr. Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Ms. Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Heather Bodden.
Aye.
Honorable Wayne Panton. Absent. Mr. Moses Colonel.
Aye.
Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. David White.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Aye.
The result of the division, 15 ayes, no noes, 3 absences. Madam Premier, we have not reached the end of the order paper, but the rest of the business is government business. Are you proposing to press on?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, like the old holiness song, we've come to the end of our infinite resources. So I would actually I would move the motion to adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, sir.
Thank you, Madam Premier. The question is that the House do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Friday, the 13th of December. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The House is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Friday, 13th of December.